Здравствуй, дорогой друг. Hello, my friend. Welcome to Russian for Beginners. My name is Maria, and I will be your native Russian teacher from St. Petersburg. I'm very glad to see you here and to have such a wonderful chance to acquaint you with my beautiful native language. It will not be easy at first, but step by step, lesson by lesson, together we will reach the goal. You will master the Russian language and say, I did it. So let's get started. Our first lesson is devoted to the Russian alphabet. First of all, let's take a look at the entire Russian alphabet in its classical order. Here you can see the capital and uppercase form of the letter, as well as a hint for pronunciation. But to make it easier for you to remember the letters, I divided them into 4 groups. Let's see how it looks. So, the first group contains 5 letters that are written and pronounced the same as in English. The second group contains 7 letters which look like English ones but have different sounds. The third group contains 13 letters which look unfamiliar but have familiar sounds. And the last group contains 8 letters whose writing and sound are unfamiliar. Press pause and write it down, please. Let's start with the first group. I guess you will remember this letter is the easiest way. A. A. As in father. A. K. K. As in kind. K. M. M. As in man. M. O. O. As in old. O. T. T. As in take. T. Okay. Let's try to practice. Repeat with me. A. A. K. K. M. M. O. O. T. T. Great! Let's move on the second group. And I want to remind you that the second group contains 7 letters which look like English ones but have different sounds. So, the first one is V. V. As in vibes. V. Ye. Ye. As in yes. Ye. N. N. As in nice. N. R. R. As in rain, but it has to be rolled like in Scottish English or like in Russian. R. 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 Rain. S. S. As in sun. S. U. U. As in soon. U. Ha. H. As in hello. H. Okay, let's practice. Repeat with me. V. V. Ye. Ye. N. N. R. R. S. S. U. U. H. H. Perfect. Moving on the largest third group. The third group contains 13 letters which look unfamiliar but have familiar sounds in English. Let's take a look. B. B. as in baby, b. G, g, as in good, g. D, d, as in date, d. Yo, as in your, yo. Z, z, as in zoo or zodiac, z. E, as in meat, I. I kratké, j, as in toy, j. L, as in love, l. P, as in people, p. F, as in fine, f. As in edit, e. U, as in university, U. Ya, as in yard. Let's repeat what we just learned. B, g, d, yo, z, I, y, l, p, f, e, u, ya. And the last, fourth group. The fourth group contains 8 letters whose writing and sound are unfamiliar. J, as in pleasure or vision. T, as in it's. Ch, as in chips, ch. Sha, as in shape, sh. Sha, sh. Okay, this letter is pretty tricky. It sounds a lot like the letter sh, but a little softer, sh. Not sh, but sh. We can hear the sound between these two words. Well, ship. Sh, not sh, but sh. Just keep practicing. Sh. Heart sign represents a very short pause. For example, in the word объект, which means object, and you can hear this little pause between ob and ekt. Объект. Ob, pause, ekt. Объект. Объект. Do you hear this? Good. This letter doesn't exist in English, but what should we do? For pronouncing pronounce u at first and then change the position of the lips, extend them. This is the way you can pronounce the Russian u. So let's try. U plus extending lips. U, We. We. Yes, it looks pretty funny. One more time. We. The tongue is located in the same place. And the last one, we call it soft sign. There is no sound for this letter as well as for hard sign. Soft sign softens the front consonant. For example, in the word гость, which means guest, you can hear that t sounds soft, not t, but t. Гость, гость, not t, but t. Don't worry, we will talk more about reading rules in the next lesson. Let's summarize. Ž, ž, ц, ц, č, ch, sh, 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 sh. Hard sign. U, 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 u. Soft sign. It's time to see what we've learned today. Repeat after me. A, K, M, O, T, V, Y, N, R, S, U, H, B, G, D, J, Z, I, J, L, P, F, E, U, Я, Ж, Ц, Ч, Ш, Щ. Hard sign, Ü, soft sign. Congratulations! This was your first Russian lesson, and you're doing great! Today we've learned the Russian alphabet, and in the next lesson we will explore the basic rules of reading. Looking forward to seeing you in our next class. Bye-bye! Добро пожаловать на урок! Welcome to the second lesson of our Russian for Beginners course. And today we will talk about the rules of reading the Russian language. First of all, let's discuss the key points. I have to say that there is a big difference between the Russian and the English articulation. In the English articulation, the main force is based in the back part of the vocal tract, closer to the larynx. In Russian articulation, the main force is transferred to the front zone of the vocal tract. The tip of the tongue covers down and the front part strongly adjoins the teeth. For example, I can read this sentence using Russian articulation. Let me try. Articulation. The main force is transferred to the front zone of the vocal tract. The tip of the tongue covers down and the front part strongly adjoins the teeth. Sounds amazing! Now you know how to imitate a frightening Russian accent. Congratulations! The essential reading rules. The point is that in Russian, differences between spelling and pronunciation are insignificant and easy to remember. You read all letters in the word, apart from a few rare exceptions. Also, I wanted to mention that in Russian, diphthongs don't exist. The reading of Russian letters which express vowels doesn't depend on the type of syllable in which the letter is included. Word stress in Russian. In Russian, the stress isn't fixed and can fall on every alternate syllable. Being stressed, the vowels have the maximum intensity, so the pronunciation of the sound is extended and clear. In an unstressed position, it is as if all vowels would lose their intensity, so the pronunciation is shorter and weak. Before getting to know more vowels and consonants in Russian, let's repeat the alphabet that we studied in the previous lesson. Repeat after me. А, Б, В, Г, Д, Е, Ё, Ж, З, И, Й, К, Л, М, Н, О, П, Р, С, Т, У, Ф, Х, Ц, Ч, Ш, Щ. Hard sign. Ü. Soft sign. U. Ya. Good. Let's talk about hard and soft consonants. Твердые и мягкие согласные. In Russian, most consonants can be hard and soft. This phonetic phenomenon doesn't exist in English, where consonants are pronounced exclusively hardly. 15 Russian consonants have correlative pairs. 3 consonants are always hard, and 3 consonants are always soft. Let's take a look. The correlative pair for m is m. The sound m is hard. The sound m is soft. M, m, b, b, p, p, v, v, f, f, d, d, t, t, z, z, s, s, n, n, l, l, r, r, g, g, k, k, h, h. Consonants j, sh, ts are always hard, and consonants ch, sh, y are always soft. The hardness or softness of a consonant depends on the vowel after it. So, for the designation of the hardness of the previous consonant, we use these vowels: a, u, o, e, and ü. For the designation of the softness of the previous consonant, we use soft sign and ya, you, yo, ye, and i. Let's try to use this information. M with soft sign will be m, m, m. A ya, ma, mя. Ую, му, мю. Ойо, мо, мьо. Эе, ме, ме. Үй, мы, ми. Ready to practice it? Let's try. П, 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 па, пя, пу, пю, по, пё, пе, пе, пы, пи. Л, 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 ла, ля, лу, лю, ло, лё, ле, ле, лы, ли. М, 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 ма, мя, му, мю, мо, мё, ме, ме, мы, ми. Good. Let's try to read this word. Гость. Гость. As you can see, we have the soft sign after t. That's why it's soft. Гость, гость. It means guest. The next word is мысль. Мысль. As you can see, after M we have U. That's why M is hard. Мы. Мысль. And after L we have the soft sign. That's why L is soft. Мысль. Мысль. It means idea. Мир. Мир. We have E after M. That's why M is soft. Мир. It means world. Фильм. Фильм. You can notice that we have E after F and the soft sign after L. That's why F and L are soft. Фильм. Фильм. Which means film. Актер. Актер. You see yo after T. That's why T is soft. Актер. Актер. Which means actor. Let's practice. How will you read these words? I will pronounce word in English, then pause, and then I will read the word in Russian. Okay? Guest. Гость. Idea. Мысль. World. Мир. Film. Фильм. Actor. Актер. Also today I would like to tell about reading rules for unstressed vowels. I've already said that all vowels in an unstressed position are pronounced shortly and weakly. But the absence of stress has a special influence on the pronunciation of the vowels O, ye, and ya. So, the unstressed O. In an unstressed position, the letter O read as a weak A, like in the word Россия, Россия, Russia. As you can see, O is unstressed and E is stressed. That's why O sounds like A. Россия. Москва, Moscow. A is stressed and O is unstressed. That's why we read it Москва. The unstressed ye. In an unstressed position, we read it as a weak E. For example, telephone, телефон, телефон. You can see two ye, but we pronounce it as a weak E. Телефон. Theater, театр, театр. The unstressed ya. In an unstressed position, we read it as something between y and ye. For example, egg, яйцо, яйцо. Japan, Япония, Япония. Okay, let's practice our reading skills. Good. Хорошо. Хорошо. Because the first two O are unstressed, that's why we pronounce it as A. Хорошо. Bad. Плохо. Плохо. Home. Дом. Дом. We have O after D, that's why D is hard. Restaurant. Ресторан. Ресторан. First of all, after the first R, we have ye. That's why R is soft. R. Ресторан. Ресторан. Secondly, this ye is unstressed. That's why we pronounce it as E. Ресторан. What else? O is unstressed as well. That's why we pronounce it as A. Ресторан. And after the second R, we have A. That's why this R is hard. Ресторан. Do you hear this? Good. And the last word is subway. Метро. And we can see that after M we have E, that's why M is soft. Метро. Metro. But E is unstressed, that's why we pronounce it as E. Metro. That's it. Congratulations! Today we studied difficult but very important reading rules. And I also hope you learn to imitate the Russian accent. See you soon at the next class. Bye-bye! Добро пожаловать на урок! Welcome to the third lesson of the Russian for Beginners course. The topic of today's lesson is greetings. But first, we'll repeat what we learned in the previous lesson. Повторение. Revision. Talking about the Russian articulation, the tip of the tongue cumbers down and the front part strongly adjoins the teeth. The next point is that you read all letters in the Russian word apart from few rare exceptions. In Russian, the stress isn't fixed and can fall on every alternate syllable. Only one vowel in a word can be stressed. The pronunciation is weak and shorter in an unstressed position. In an unstressed position, the letter O is read as a weak A. Россия. Россия. In an unstressed position, the letter E is read as a weak E. Телефон. Телефон. In an unstressed position, the letter Y is read as something between I and Е. Яйцо. Яйцо. And the last thing that I would like to refresh in your memory is the topic of hard and soft consonants in Russian. We use the letters A, U, O, E, and I for the designation of the hardness of the previous consonant. Ma, mu, mo, me, my. We use the letters soft sign Ya, you, yo, ye, and I for the designation of the softness of the previous consonant. M, mya, mu, myo, me, mi. Now we are going to repeat it by reading out loud the words. Because it's a reading exercise, there is no translation given. Stress mark will be here to facilitate pronunciation and learning. There are no stress markings in the text for native speakers. Let's get started. Repeat after me. Рок. Рок. Stress. Stress. Since the word stress is of foreign origin, it means stress, we read ye like e, like in English. Stress. Stress. And that's why r is hard. Stress. Not stress, but stress. Танк. Танк. Европа. Европа. Америка. Америка. Турист. Турист. Хакер. Хакер. Университет. Университет. Октябрь. Октябрь. Remember that the unstressed O sounds as A. Октябрь. Вьюга. Вьюга. Офис. Офис. Музыка. Музыка. Центр. Центр. Since this word is a foreign origin as well as stress, we pronounce «е» as «э». Центр. Актер. Актер. The letter «ё» is always stressed. Always. Therefore, no stress mark is needed. Актер. Россия. Россия. Борщ. Борщ. Жук. Жук. Шоколад. Шоколад. Чек. Чек. Объект. Объект. Do remember that the heart sign means a short pause. We talked about this in the first lesson. Объект. Very good. Now we are ready to start a new topic. Greetings. Приветствие. Приветствие. The easiest way to say hello in Russian is to say привет. Привет. However, this word is informal and used between close people and friends. And one more time. Привет. Привет. The formal way for the word hello is здравствуйте. 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 As I already said, in Russian when reading all letters are pronounced, but this word is an exception. We don't pronounce the highlighted letter V. Здравствуйте. Okay? Good. So, the formal way to say hello in Russian is здравствуйте. Informal way is привет. Let's take a look at the important points in the grammar of the Russian language. Firstly, there are not articles in Russian. We don't use it. We don't have it. Secondly, in Russian, the verb to be doesn't exist in the present tense. We don't use it for building sentences in the present tense. Therefore, in order to present yourself and say, I am, in my case, I will say, I am Maria, I will use the following construction. Я Maria. There is no verb to be at all. Я, I, Maria, my name. In English, it looks like I, Maria, like iPhone, iPad, iPort. I hope you understand it. There is no verb to be. Okay, let's try to practice it. How will you say, I am Alexander? Я Александр. Я Александр. Please don't forget that in the Russian articulation, the tip of the tongue strongly adjoins the teeth. Я Александр. If you want to reply, nice to meet you, you can say очень приятно. Очень приятно. Literally, it translates as very and pleasantly. Очень приятно. Very pleasantly. Очень приятно. Nice to meet you. Очень приятно. Let's do this exercise using the phrases from the previous slides. Try to fill in the blanks and then we will check it. Привет, я Мария. Привет, Мария. Я Александр. Очень приятно. Очень приятно. If you want to ask someone, how are you? You just can translate this sentence literally, without the verb to be, since we don't use it in Russian in the present tense. How? Как? You? Ты? Как ты? Как ты? How are you? Как ты? Good, thank you. Хорошо, спасибо. Хорошо, спасибо. How are you? Good, thank you. Как ты? Хорошо, спасибо. As you could already understand, thank you in Russian is спасибо. Спасибо. You're welcome. Пожалуйста. 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 Thank you. You're welcome. Спасибо. Пожалуйста. Let's do this exercise. Try to fill in the blanks and then we will check it. So let's check it. Привет, Мария. Привет, Александр. Как ты? Хорошо, спасибо. Как ты? Спасибо, хорошо. And now at normal speed. Привет, Мария. Привет, Александр. Как ты? Хорошо, спасибо. Как ты? Спасибо, хорошо. And the next word is farewell. Прощание. 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 To say bye in Russian, use this word. Пока. Пока. Bye. Пока. This is in official form. The official form is до свидания. До свидания. That was the last word for today. Let's do a revision. Повторение. Повторение. Repeat after me. Повторяй за мной. Hello. In official form. Привет. Привет. Hello. Official form. Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Remember that in this word we don't pronounce the letter V. Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Bye. In official form. Пока. Пока. Bye. Official form. До свидания. До свидания. Thank you. Спасибо. Спасибо. You're welcome. Пожалуйста. Пожалуйста. How are you? Как ты? Как ты? Remember, there is no the verb to be. Как ты? Good. Хорошо. Хорошо. Thank you. Спасибо. Спасибо. I am Maria. Я Мария. Я Мария. Спасибо за занятие. Thank you for this class. See you in the next lesson. Пока-пока. Привет. Добро пожаловать на урок. Welcome to the fourth lesson of the Russian for Beginners course. And today I would like to continue talking about greetings and manners. But first, we will review what we've learned in the previous lesson. Let's get started. Привет. Informal way to say hello. Здравствуйте. Formal way to say hello. Пока. Informal way to say bye. До свидания. Formal way to say bye. Спасибо. Thank you. Пожалуйста. You're welcome. Как ты? How are you? Хорошо. Good. Я Мария. I am Maria. Очень приятно. Nice to meet you. How was it? Was it hard? I hope you refreshed in your memory these words and phrases, and now you're ready to fill up your vocabulary. In the previous lesson, I already told you about the structure in order to say your name. I am Maria, for example. But since in the Russian language we don't use the verb to be in the present tense, we say Я, I, Maria, my name. But now I'd like to give you another option to say the same phrase. You can use the following structure. Меня зовут, and here's your name. For example, Меня зовут Мария. Меня зовут Мария. Меня, me, зовут, call, Мария. Name. Меня зовут Мария. To ask someone's name in Russian, use this question. Как тебя зовут? Как тебя зовут? Как? How? Тебя? You? Зовут? Call. Как тебя зовут? As you may notice, the order of words in Russian is different from English, but we will practice and you will definitely get used to it. Okay, let's try to do this exercise using the words we've learned in the previous lessons. Please take your time, write down this dialogue and fill in the blanks, and then I will show you my version. Let's take a look. Привет. Hello. Привет. Hello. Как тебя зовут? What is your name? Меня зовут Мария. My name is Maria. Как тебя зовут? What is your name? Меня зовут Джон. Or я Джон. Очень приятно. My name is John. Or I am John. Nice to meet you. Очень приятно. Nice to meet you too. It was my version. Please share yours. Did you succeed? Did you have mistakes? In any case, it's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine if you did. Okay? We continue. And now let's talk about options for greeting during the day. Good morning. In Russian, Доброе утро. Доброе утро. Доброе means kind. Утро, morning. And one more time. Доброе утро. Доброе утро. Good afternoon. Добрый день. Добрый день. Добрый means kind. День, afternoon. Добрый день. Добрый день. If you greet someone in the evening or at night, you can say Добрый вечер. Добрый вечер. Добрый. Kind. Good. Evening. Вечер. Добрый вечер. If you want to say good night to someone who is going to sleep, you can also use these phrases. Доброй ночи. Доброй ночи. Добрый, kind, ночи, night. Or спокойной ночи. Спокойной ночи. Спокойный, calm or peaceful, ночи, night. Доброй ночи. Спокойной ночи. Okay, let's have a practice. Try to fill in the blanks in this dialogue. As usual, take your time, write it down, and think about what you would add here. And then I will show you my version. Let's see my version. Добрый вечер. Good evening. Добрый вечер. Good evening. Как ты? How are you? Я хорошо. Как ты? I'm fine. What about you? Я хорошо. Спасибо. I'm fine. Thank you. Now I would like to talk about apologies in Russian. We have 3 words for apology. The first one is простите. Простите. This word can be used in both formal and informal communication. In formal communication, we say простите. Простите. For example, if you apologize to a stranger, or to a leader, or to a teacher, or to a person who is older than you. If you want to apologize to your friend or sister, someone close to you, use the short version. Прости. Прости. It's more casual. The second word is извините. Извините. As well as with the previous word, it can be used both in formal and in informal communication. Just in formal communication, we fully pronounce this word, and in informal, just like in the previous word, a short version. Извини. Извини. And the last option is the phrase прошу прощения. Прошу прощения. I'm asking for your forgiveness. Прошу. Ask. Прощение. Forgiveness. Прошу прощения. I would say that this phrase is rarely used in everyday life. Rather, this option is suitable for formal communication. For example, if you are late for a meeting or if you are late for an interview. Also, if you accidentally pushed a stranger and at the same time you, as a polite person, want to apologize, you can also use this phrase. Прошу прощения. Moreover, this is a very beautiful phrase, characteristic of intelligent and educated people, so I advise you to remember it. The key point is that all three words can be used in very different situations, only intonation changes. Let's try to work with intonation. For example, you want to attract the attention of a cashier or a waiter. Just remember how you say it in English. Excuse me. Простите. Извините. Прошу прощения. So it's the same. The only thing, I use the full form of words, since most likely you will not know the cashier or the waiter, and when talking with a stranger, the formal version is used. Let's hear what intonation we will use if we bump into someone. First of all, let's imagine how we would say it in English. Sorry. And in Russian, прости or простите. Извини or извините. Прошу прощения. Okay, the next case is when we interrupt someone. We usually sound like we are going to say something else after our apology. For example, sorry, I would like to comment on this. In Russian, the intonation is the same. Простите or прости. Извините or извини. And the last one, прошу прощения. Also, let's consider the option when something really unpleasant happened and you really want to apologize. This should sound solid and serious. In English, it probably would sound I'm sorry. In Russian, простите or прости. Извините. Извини. Прошу прощения. I think I sounded a little too dramatic, but okay. Let's try to practice our intonation depending on the situation. The first situation. Imagine that you're walking in a store and accidentally nudge someone as you pass by. What will you say? Let's have a look. You can say «Простите», «Прошу прощения» or «Извините». Next situation. You are sitting in a restaurant and want some more water and you need to call over the waiter. What will you say? Let's check. Since you will be talking to a stranger with whom you are not close, most likely you will use the following options. Простите. Прошу прощения. Извините. Did you complete this task? If yes, then it's great. If not, then you can always rewind and try again. Okay, let's have a look at the next case. Imagine that you are having a conversation with someone and you want to interject. you say «Простите», «Извините», «Прошу прощения». There were options in case of formal communication. For example, if you want to delicately interrupt your teacher. If you want to interrupt someone with whom you have informal communication, use short versions of the first two words. Прости. Извини. Good. Now let's look at the last situation. You are hungry and you eat your roommate's last homemade cookie, not knowing that she was saving it. What will you say? Since most likely you've been acquaintance with your neighbor for a long time and you're quite close, and you can call your relationship informal, then I advise you to use short forms suitable for this. Прости or извини. All the more so, who knows, maybe she was saving it for you. This was the last case that we analyzed in order to consolidate the topic of intonation that we use when we apologize. Now let's learn new nouns to diversify our exercises. And the first one is кофе. Кофе. I guess it will not be hard to remember it. So let's have a look at the next word. Вода. Вода. Water. Вода. And the last one, пиво. Пиво. Beer. Now let's learn a phrase that you can use if you need something and you want to ask someone to bring it to you. The first phrase can be used both in formal and informal communication. The second is more likely only in informal, since it's less polite and more likely to call for action. Не могли бы вы принести мне something? Не могли бы вы принести мне? Could you bring me? And the second one? Можешь принести мне something? Можешь принести мне? Can you bring me? Не могли бы вы принести мне? Можешь принести мне? Okay, let's do two exercises. First exercise. Упражнение. Try to translate this sentence. Take your time, write it down, and then we will check it out. Could you bring me some coffee? Не могли бы вы принести мне кофе? Не могли бы вы принести мне кофе? Не могли бы вы принести мне кофе? And the second exercise, try to translate this sentence. Can you bring me a bear? Can you bring me a bear? Можешь принести мне пиво? Можешь принести мне пиво? Можешь принести мне пиво? I would also like to remind you that there are no articles in Russian. Great job! Let's review our lesson and repeat new words and phrases. Повторение. Имя. Имя. Name. Меня зовут. Your name. For example, меня зовут Мария. Меня зовут Мария. My name is Maria. Как тебя зовут? Как тебя зовут? What is your name? Доброе утро. Доброе утро. Good morning. Добрый день. Добрый день. Good afternoon. Добрый вечер. Добрый вечер. Good evening. Доброй ночи. Доброй ночи. Good night. Спокойной ночи. Спокойной ночи. Good night. Простите. Простите. О, прости. Sorry. Прошу прощения. Прошу прощения. Sorry. Excuse me. Извините. Извините or извини. Sorry. Кофе. Кофе. Coffee. Вода. Вода. Water. Пиво. Пиво. Bear. Не могли бы вы принести мне? Не могли бы вы принести мне? Could you bring me? Можешь принести мне? Можешь принести мне? Can you bring me? That's it. Excellent work. We did a great job, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next class. Пока-пока. Привет! Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello! Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. And today we will talk about personal pronouns and the gender of nouns. There are very important topics without which it's impossible to imagine the study of the Russian language. But before we start learning new topics, we will repeat what we studied in the previous lesson. Let's get started. Повторение. Имя. Name. Меня зовут. My name is. Как тебя зовут? What is your name? Доброе утро. Good morning. Добрый день. Good afternoon. Добрый вечер. Good evening. Доброй ночи. Good night. Спокойной ночи. Good night. Простите. Or прости. Sorry. Прошу прощения. Sorry. Excuse me. Извините. Or извини. Sorry. Кофе. Coffee. Вода. Water. Пиво. Bear. Не могли бы вы принести мне? Could you bring me? Можешь принести мне? Can you bring me? So, we remembered the words and phrases from the previous lesson, and now we are ready to start a new topic. The first part of this video is devoted to personal pronouns. Личные местоимения. Личные местоимения. The very first and perhaps most significant pronoun is я. Я, which means I. It's quite logical that we use this pronoun when we talk about ourselves. The next pronoun is мы. Мы, which means we. Let's take a look at the following pronouns. Here I have indicated two pronouns that we use instead of you during a conversation. The fact is that in Russian there are two forms. The first form is used for informal communication, ты, and the second form is used for formal communication, вы. The second form shows a very polite and respectful attitude towards your interlocutor. Okay, let's summarize. You can use the pronoun ты when communicating with friends and family members. And you use the second pronoun вы when communicating with a teacher, with an older colleague, or with a person you respect very much. Okay? The same pronoun вы in Russian is used when referring to a group of people. So this pronoun is also used in the plural. At this point, let's make a conclusion. Whereas the English pronoun you has only one form for singular and plural, in Russian there are two different forms. Ты for the singular and вы for the plural. Apart from that, the pronoun вы is also used as a polite form. Let's continue. And now let's see how you can say he in Russian. In Russian it will be он. He. Она means she. If you want to say it, you can use this word. Оно. Оно. It. And the last word. The Russian translation for the word they is они. Они. They. Okay, let's summarize. I advise you to write this table down so as not to forget. I. Я. Я. We. Мы. Мы. You, singular. Ты. You, plural. Вы. Also, don't forget that we use this pronoun as the polite form. He. Он. She. Она. It. Оно. The plural for these three pronouns is они. They. Look and read all these words again to remember. Now let's do the exercise. Упражнение. Try to translate these words. Example. I in Russian is я. Take your time, write it down, and then we will check it out together. Try not to peek at the synapses, okay? Let's take a look. I. Я. We. Мы. You, singular. Ты, or вы, if we are talking about the polite form. You, plural. Вы. He. Он. She. Она. It. Оно. They. Они. How was it? Did you cope with it? Anyway, you can always rewind and try again. We have finished discussing the first part of this lesson, and the second part is devoted to the gender of nouns. Род существительных. Род. Gender. Существительных. Nouns. Okay, let's try to figure it out. In Russian, all nouns in the singular have genders. Masculine, female, and neuter. To determine the gender of a noun, you need to pay attention to how this noun ends. Nouns which don't have an ending, which end with a consonant, belong to the masculine gender. For example, the first word is день, day. This word ends with ñ. That's why the gender of this word is masculine. Next word. Дом. Дом. House. This word ends with the consonant m. M. The gender of this word is masculine. And the last word, чай. Чай. Tea. It ends with the consonant y. И краткое. That's why the gender of this word is masculine. Female gender. Nouns which have the ending a or я belong to the female gender. For example, женщина, woman, женщина. It ends with a. Книга, book, книга. This word ends with a as well. Семья, family, семья. This word ends with the vowel я. The gender of these three words is female. Neuter gender. Nouns which have the ending or е belong to the neuter gender. For example, утро, утро, morning, место, место, place. And I want to remind you that in these two words, o sounds like a because it's unstressed. In the first word, U is stressed, O is unstressed, that's why O sounds like a soft A. Утро, место, Е is stressed and O is unstressed. And the last word is море, море, sea. The gender of these three words is neuter. Unfortunately, these are not all the rules that you need to know in order to feel free in determining the gender of nouns in Russian. So the following points should be noted as well. First of all, I have to warn you that you have to be careful with nouns which end with a soft sign. Such nouns belong either to the masculine or to the female gender. Firstly, nouns which end with tel or ar belong to the masculine gender. The ending indicating the gender of the noun I highlighted in bold. Let's take a look at my examples. Словарь, словарь, dictionary. Календарь, календарь, calendar. Писатель, писатель, writer. Secondly, nouns which end with ost or ov, or with a sibilant consonant with a soft sign sh, sh, ch, j, belong to the female gender. Новость, новость, news. Любовь, любовь, love. Вещь, вещь, thing. Ночь, ночь, night. The gender of these words is female. As usual, I advise you to write down this table as it summarizes all the information that we discussed in the previous slides. The ending masculine nouns. Consonant, и краткая, soft sign, тель, and ар. Examples: дом, чай, день, писатель, календарь. And of course we have exceptions. The words мужчина, man, папа, dad, дядя, uncle, дедушка, grandfather, and coffee, coffee. The words мужчина, дедушка, дядя, папа, regardless of their ending, belong to the masculine gender because they refer to male person. The word coffee, coffee, regardless of its ending "ye", belongs to the masculine gender as well. The ending of female nouns. A, я, ость, овь, щ, ш, ч, ж. Examples: женщина, семья, новость, любовь, ночь. And the last column, the ending of neuter nouns. О and е. Examples: утро, море. Exceptions: время, time, and имя, name. The words время and имя, regardless of their ending я, belong to the neuter gender. Wow, I can guess how difficult it is to remember and understand all this at once. But let's try to practice, because practice is the only way to get used to it and master these rules. And I believe in you. I do believe in you. So, pay attention to the ending of nouns and try to determine the gender of these nouns. For example, the gender of писатель, writer, is masculine because it ends with тель. Now it's your turn. Good luck! Let's check it. Дом, male gender. Море, neuter gender. Женщина, female gender. Чай, male gender. Любовь, female gender. Ночь, female gender, мужчина. Male gender, it is the exception. День, male gender. Молоко, neuter gender. Врач, male gender. Друг, male gender. Дочь, female gender. Сын, male gender. Пиво, neuter gender. Решение, neuter gender. Россия, female gender. Over time, we will practice more, and these exercises will be easier for you to complete. Now let's repeat the words from today's lesson. Повторение. I, я, we, мы, you, singular, ты, вы, you, plural, вы, he, он, she, она, it, оно, they, они, woman, женщина, man, мужчина, daughter, дочь, son, сын, love, любовь, friend, друг, house, дом, sea, море, tea, чай. Поздравляю! I sincerely congratulate you on completing this lesson, as I can imagine how difficult it was to take in all this new information. But these topics are really important in the study of the Russian language, so I'm very proud of you, really. And I'm looking forward to our future classes where we can apply this knowledge. See you in the next lesson. Пока-пока. Привет! Добро пожаловать на урок. Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. The topic of today's lesson is colors. But first, let's repeat what we've learned in the previous lesson. Повторение. Revision. The first section is about personal pronouns. I, я, we, мы, you, ты, or вы, as a polite form. You, plural form, вы. He, он. She, она. It, оно. They, они. Okay, let's do a repetition of the new nouns that we've learned. Woman, женщина. Женщина, female gender. Man, мужчина. Мужчина, male gender. Daughter, дочь. Дочь, female gender. Son, сын. Сын, male gender. Love, любовь. Любовь, female gender. Friend, друг. Друг, male gender. House, дом. Дом, male gender. Sea, море. Море, neuter gender. Tea, чай. Чай, male gender. Perfect. Ready to start studying the new topic? Let's see how the colors are called in Russian. Цвета. Цвета. Colors. I is stressed. Ye is unstressed. That's why we pronounce ye as I. Цвета. And the first color is blue. Синий. Синий. You can remember this adjective by comparing it with the color of the sea. Sea. Синий. Синий. Next color. Red. Красный. Красный. Don't forget about the pronunciation in Russian. While pronouncing this word, press your tongue tightly to the palate so that it sounds like красный and not like красный. Not cur, but красный. Красный. Okay, let's move on. Yellow. Желтый. Желтый. Please note that after zh, your sounds closer to the sound of O. O. Желтый. Желтый. Not желтый, but желтый. Yo is always stressed. For this reason, I didn't put the stress mark in this word. The next color is green. Зеленый. Зеленый. Yo is always stressed. That's why I didn't put the stress mark in this word. What else? The first ye is unstressed. That's why it sounds closer to the soft e. Зеленый. Зеленый. Good. Next color. Brown. Коричневый. Коричневый. O is unstressed. That's why we pronounce it as a. Коричневый. Purple. Фиолетовый. Фиолетовый. We already discussed that unstressed O sounds like a, so let's move on. Pink. Розовый. Розовый. Black. Черный. Черный. Next color. White. Белый. Белый. Gray. Серый. Серый. And the last one. Orange. Оранжевый. Оранжевый. Finally, at least one color that sounds a little similar to how it's pronounced in English. Orange. Оранжевый. It was the last color, so now it's practice time. Упражнение. Exercise. Describe these colors shown on the screen in Russian. It's okay if you can't remember all of them, because we will practice more. Don't rush, press pause, and then we will check it together. Okay? Let's see what we got. Синий. Красный. Желтый. Зеленый. Коричневый. Фиолетовый. Розовый. Черный. Белый. Серый. And the last one, оранжевый. So, how was it? How many words did you manage to reproduce? Anyway, let's add new words to your vocabulary so that we can practice colors in specific phrases. And the first one is table. Стол. Стол. In this word there is only one vowel, so only it can be stressed. For this reason, I didn't put the stress mark in this word. One more time. Table. Стол. Стол. And the next word is chair. In Russian, it's стул. Стул. Same, there is only one vowel here, so the stress is defined. I hope it will be quite easy for you to remember this couple of words, стол и стул, table and chair, because they differ only by one letter. Стул, стол. Right? Right. Let's move on. Bag, сумка, сумка. Next word. Book, книга, книга. Mirror, зеркало, зеркало. And the last one, pen, ручка, ручка. Well done. Since we are going to try to connect a noun with an adjective in our exercises, and at the same time in Russian adjectives change the ending for each gender differently, so first let's quickly recall how the gender of a noun is determined. Masculine nouns end with a consonant y, soft sign тель, and ар. Exceptions: мужчина, папа, дядя, дедушка, and coffee. Female nouns end with а, я, ость, овь, щ, ш, ч, and ж. Neuter nouns end with о and е. exceptions, время, имя. Based on this table, try to do the following exercise. It's necessary to determine the gender of the nouns that we studied in this lesson. Книга, стол, ручка, сумка, зеркало, стул. We will check it in a few seconds. Книга, the ending a, female gender. Стол, the ending l, it is a consonant, male gender. Ручка, the ending a, female gender. Сумка, the ending a, female gender. Зеркало, the ending o, neuter gender. And the last one, стул, the ending l, male gender. So, we remembered the topic of noun genders, and now let's move on to discussing adjectives in Russian. Adjectives change their gender, number, and case. In this lesson, we will study forms of the nominative case of adjectives. In the Russian language, there are two main variants of adjectives endings: hard and soft. You can identify the variant by the singular masculine nominative case form of an adjective, because this form is given in dictionaries, masculine form. So, the ending y or oy indicates the hard variant. These endings change to aya, oye, iye, depending on the target gender for which you are going to use an adjective. Masculine, y, oy. Female, aya. Neuter, oye. Plural, iye. Talking about the soft variant, the ending I indicates the soft variant. This ending changed to я, ее, ие, depending on the target gender. Masculine, I. Female, я, neuter, ее. Plural, ие. Please write down this table so as not to forget, and now we will practice using the words learned in this lesson as examples. We will use two adjectives: красный и синий. Красный and синий. Because the first one, красный, has the hard variant of the ending, y. And the second one, синий, has the soft variant of the ending, I. Also, I will use three nouns and one pronoun. Стол, male gender. Ручка, female gender. Зеркало, neuter gender. Они, plural. So, let's get started. And now let's see how our first adjective, красивый, with the hard variant of the ending, will change depending on what kind of gender of noun we will use it with. Since in dictionaries, all adjectives indicated in the form correspond to the masculine gender, then in the first column of the masculine gender, we see our adjective, красный, in the same form in which we originally wrote it down. Therefore, in order to pronounce the phrase a red table, you just need to connect our adjective, красный, with our masculine noun, стол. Красный стол. Красный стол. Thus, it's easiest to combine adjectives with masculine nouns in the nominative case, because for this you just need to use the forms that are indicated in dictionaries without changing any endings. For the female gender, the ending of our adjective y changed to ая. Красный goes to красная. The noun for the female gender that we will use is ручка, pen. A red pen. Красная ручка. Красная ручка. Красный стол. Красная ручка. The neuter gender. The ending of our adjective «ый» changed to «ое». Красный goes to красное. The neuter noun that we are using is зеркало, mirror. A red mirror, красное зеркало. Красное зеркало. Красный стол, красная ручка, красное зеркало. The plural ending of the adjective changed from «ый» to «ые». Красный goes to красные. Since we will study the plural of nouns a little bit later, therefore in this column we use the plural pronoun they, они. They are red, они красные. Красные. Они красные. Let's summarize. Красный стол, красная ручка, красное зеркало, они красные. And now at normal speed. Красный стол, красная ручка, красное зеркало, они красные. Okay, now it's time to see how the ending of the adjective with the soft ending will change. Our adjective is синий, синий, blue. Masculine gender. Синий, синий, синий стол, a blue table. For the female gender, the ending of our adjective «и» changes to «я-я». Синий goes to синяя. Синяя. Синяя ручка. Синяя ручка. A blue pen. Синий стол. Синяя ручка. For the neuter gender, the ending of our adjective «и» changes to «е-е». Синий goes to синее. Синее. Синее зеркало. A blue mirror. Синий стол. Синяя ручка. Синее зеркало. The plural ending of the adjective changes from «и» to «ие». Синий goes to синие. Они синие. They are blue. Let's summarize. Синий стол, синяя ручка, синее зеркало, они синие. And at normal speed, синий стол, синяя ручка, синее зеркало, они синие. Okay, good job. It's not that easy, but you will succeed. Let's take another example using a new color. What about зеленый? Green. This is my favorite one, by the way. Зеленый. First of all, we see that this adjective ends with «ый». It means that this is the hard variant. The ending «ый» changed to «ая», «ое», «ие». Male gender. Зеленый стол. Зеленый стол. A green table. Female gender. Зеленая ручка. Зеленая ручка. A green pen. Neuter gender. Зеленое зеркало. Зеленое зеркало. A green mirror. Plural. Они зеленые. Они зеленые. They are green. Hooray, 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 hooray. We just studied a very, very difficult grammatical material, and now I want to suggest you to do the following task. You see a list of nouns, next to which the gender of these nouns is already indicated. Your task is to write an adjective corresponding to the color next to the noun. Work on the endings of these adjectives, taking into account the gender of nouns. Take your time, press pause, and then check the correct answers. Ready? Okay, let's see what we've got. Красная книга, черный стол, розовая ручка, желтая сумка, синее зеркало, зеленый стул. Well done, my friend. Let's take a quick look at what we learned today. Повторение. Revision. Blue. Синий. Red. Красный. Yellow. Желтый. Green. Зеленый. Brown. Коричневый. Purple. Фиолетовый. Pink. Розовый. Black. Черный. White. Белый. Gray. Серый. Orange. Оранжевый. Table. Стол. Chair. Стул. Bag. Сумка. Book. Книга. Mirror. Зеркало. Pen. Ручка. And I just wanted to make sure that you wrote down this table. Please do it if you haven't done it yet. That's all for today. I wish you a good day and see you at the next lesson. Пока-пока. Привет, дорогой друг. Добро пожаловать на урок. Hello, my dear friend. Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. It's still me, Maria, and I'm your native Russian tutor. The topic of today's lesson is the basic numbers in Russian, but before, as usual, we will recall the material studied in the previous lesson. Повторение. Revision. Blue. Синий. Red. Красный. Yellow. Желтый. Green. Зеленый. Brown. Коричневый. Purple. Фиолетовый. Pink. Розовый. Black. Черный. White. Белый. Gray. Серый. Orange. Оранжевый. Table. Стол. Chair. Стул. Bag. Сумка. Book. Книга. Mirror. Зеркало. Pen. Ручка. Okay, great. Now let's get down to the new topic. And today we're gonna talk about numbers. First, let's start with numbers from 1 to 19. Please repeat after me. Don't write anything down right now because after the first 19 numbers, there will be a generalizing scheme for memorizing and you will write it down. But now, just repeat after me, okay? Number in Russian is число, plural form числа, числа. And the first one is 0, ноль, ноль, ноль. 1, один, один, один. 2, два, два, два. 3, три, три, три. 4, четыре, четыре, четыре. 5, пять, пять, пять. 6, шесть, шесть, шесть. 7, семь, семь, семь. 8, восемь, восемь, восемь. 9, девять, девять, девять. 10, десять, десять, десять. 11, одиннадцать, одиннадцать, одиннадцать. 12, двенадцать, двенадцать, двенадцать. 13, тринадцать, тринадцать, тринадцать. 14, четырнадцать, четырнадцать, четырнадцать. 15, пятнадцать, пятнадцать, пятнадцать. 16, шестнадцать, шестнадцать, шестнадцать. 17, семнадцать, семнадцать, семнадцать. 18, восемнадцать, восемнадцать, восемнадцать. 19, девятнадцать, девятнадцать, девятнадцать. Okay, now let's summarize. In the left column, you can see numbers from 1 to 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If you want to name a number from 11 to 19, you need to add not such to the corresponding numeral from the left column. So, the ending not such is an analog of teen. Teen in Russian is not such, not such. Please note that the letter D isn't heard. It's really, really soft. There are also a few points that I should comment on. In the word 12, двенадцать, the original A is changed to E. Два goes to двенадцать. Двенадцать. In the word 14, четырнадцать, the original E is cut off, as well as a soft sign in the numbers from 15 to 19. So let's try to read them in pairs by comparing the number from the left column with the number from the right column. 1, одиннадцать, 2, двенадцать, 3, тринадцать, 4, четырнадцать, 5, пятнадцать, 6, шестнадцать, 7, семнадцать, 8, восемнадцать, 9, девятнадцать. And 2 points important for the pronunciation of the numbers from the second column. Firstly, I remind you that the letter D is not pronounced. And secondly, in the numbers from 15 to 19, since the soft sign is cut off, the preceding consonant becomes hard. For example, 8, 8, восемнадцать, восемнадцать, 8, восемнадцать, восемнадцать. Okay, did you hear the difference? I hope so. And let's continue. And don't worry, I didn't forget about the number 10, 10, but we will just discuss it in more detail in the group of numbers ending in 0. And here we go. 10, 10, 10. 20, 20, 20, 30, 30, 30, 40, 40, 40, 50, 50, 50, 60, 60, 60, 70, 70, 70, 80, 80, 80, 90, 90, 90, 100, 100, 100. Let's make a review. The numbers 10, 20, 30, 40, and 90 you just need to remember. 10, 10, 20, 20, 30, 30, 40, 40, 90, 90. The numbers 50, 60, 70, and 80 can be memorized as follows. 50 is 5 times 10, right? So 5 is 5, 10 is 10. 5, 10, 50. 60 is 6 times 10, right? Right. So 6 is 6, 10 is 10. 60, 60. Okay, got it? 50, 50, 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80. 90, 90, 90. And the last one, 100, 100, 100. Please write this table down. And let's move on. Let's look at numbers in range from 100 to 1000 in increments of 100 units, as well as a few other basic numbers. 100, 100, 100. 200, 200, 200. 300, 300, 300. 400, 400, 400. 500, 500, 500. 600, 600, 600. 700, 700, 700. 800, 800, 800. 900, 900, 900. As you can see, numbers from 200 to 900 end with sti, sta, or sot. All these endings are variations of the word 100. Sto, sto, sti, sta, sot. And as you can see, the numbers from 500 to 900 end with sot. 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. And 3 other numbers that you will probably need to use someday. 1000, 1000, or 1000, 1000. 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. 1 million, миллион, миллион. Or или 1 миллион, 1 миллион or миллион. Please write down these numbers so as not to forget. And we are moving on. Let's see how you can name numbers consisting of tens and ones. As an example, we will take a number consisting of 2 tens. So now we will try to name numbers from 21 to 29. With all the other tens, the numbers will sound similar. The logic here is similar to how these numbers are pronounced in English. You just need to form a phrase consisting of a word corresponding to the number of tens and a word indicating how many ones are in a given number. We will take the number 20, 20, as a base. 20. So, let's try to say the number 21. The number 21 consists of 20, 20, 20, and 1. Один. 21 is 21. 21. Okay. Next number 22. 20, 20, 20, 2, 2. 22 is 22. 22. Let's move on. 23. 20, 20, 3, 3. 3. 23 is 23. 23. 24. 20, 20, 4, 4. 4. 24 is 24. 24. 25. 20, 20, 5, 5. 5. 25, 25. 25. Next number 26. 20, 20, 6, 6. 6. 26 is 26. 26. 27. 20, 20, 7, 7. 7. 27, 27. 27. 28. 20, 20, 8, 8. 28. 28. And the last one, 29. 20, 20, 9, 9. 9. 29, 29. 29. As I said, all other numbers consisting of a larger number of tens will be formed in a similar way. For example, 30, 30, and then 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and so on. It's time to remember how we learned numbers in kindergarten. Learning languages are the best way to rejuvenate. That's right. I hope you don't have any difficulties understanding this scheme, so keep practicing on your own, and good luck. Okay, it's time for exercises. Упражнения. Write down the given numbers and try to name each of them. Press pause and then we will check the results together. Ready to check it out? Let's start. 5, 5, 5, 9, 9, 9, 10, 10, 10, 11, 11, 11, 12, 12, 12, 18, 18, 18, 20, 20, 20, 40, 40, 40, 60, 60, 60, 90, 90, 90, 100, 100, 100, 300, 300, 300, 700, 700, 700, 1000, 1000, 1000. 1,000,000, миллион, миллион. 54, 54, 54. 83, 83, 83. 79, 79, 79. And this was the last slide of today's lesson. Next, I will show you 3 main slides that I would advise you to write down if you haven't already done so. The first slide with numbers from 1 to 9 and from 11 to 19. The second slide with numbers from 10 to 100 in steps of 10 units. And the last slide with numbers from 100 to 1000 in increments of 100 units. And a few more basic numbers. And that's all for today. Thank you for this lesson. And I'm looking forward to seeing you at the next one. Пока-пока! Привет, мой дорогой друг! Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello, my dear friend. Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. And the topic of today's lesson is delicious, because we will be adding nouns related to food to your vocabulary. But as usual, let's repeat the previous topic and remember the basic numbers in Russian. And the first numbers from 1 to 9. Repeat after me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, now it's the turn of numbers from 11 to 19. I remind you that in order to name these numbers, you need to add the ending natsat to the corresponding numeral from the left column. For example, 1 plus natsat, we get 11. 11. The letter D in the ending natsat is not pronounced. Let's put it all together. Repeat after me. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. The next slide with numbers from 10 to 100. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And the last numbers from 100 to 1000 and a few more important numbers. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000, 100,000, million. So, after we revisited the previous topic, let's move on and talk about food. But let me mention one more phonetic aspect in the Russian language so that later you don't have any questions as to why a certain word sounds one way and not another. And I want to tell you about modification of voiced consonants. In Russian, as well as in English, the consonants are divided into 2 categories: voiced and voiceless consonants. The voiced consonants b, v, g, d, ž, z, l, m, n, r, y, and the voiceless consonants p, f, k, t, sh, s, ch, sh, ts. Okay. In Russian, some consonants have voiced or unvoiced counterparts. There are 6 pairs. The first pair is b, p, b, p. Then v, f, v, f, g, k, g, k, d, t, d, t, ž, š, ž, š, z, s, z, s. So, the Russian voiced consonants can be in a weak position, and because of the specifics of the Russian articulation, voiced consonants in a weak position can be modified. The voiced consonant is pronounced like the corresponding to it voiceless sound. The modification takes place in 2 cases: if the voiced consonant is at the end of a word, or if it is before voiceless consonants. Let's take a closer look at the first case: a voiced consonant at the end of a word. For example, in the word друг, which means friend. At the end of this word, we see the letter G, друг, but we pronounce it as друг, друг. And the reason is that the voiced consonant G at the end of the word is read as a pair to it voiceless consonant K. G changed to K. Друг. Next example, the word клуб, which means club. The voiced consonant B changed to P. Клуб. Клуб. And one more example, the word этаж. Этаж, which means a floor in a building. First floor, second floor, первый этаж, второй этаж, and so on. The voiced consonant Ж changed to Ш. Ж, Ш. Not этаж, but этаж. Этаж. Okay, and the second case for this rule: a voiced consonant before voiceless consonants. For example, in the word сказка, which means fairy tale. Just look, the voiced consonant Z stands before the voiceless consonant K. That's why we pronounce Z as its voiceless analog S. Z, S. Not сказка, but сказка. Сказка. Z goes to S. Сказка. And the second example is the word выставка, which means exhibition. The voiced consonant V stands before the voiceless consonant K. That's why we pronounce V as its voiceless analog F. V, F, V, F. Выставка. Not выставка, but выставка. Okay, I hope you understood this rule. It will help you to better comprehend words and understand native speakers. In this lesson, there will be several examples that are suitable for this rule as well. And finally, let's talk about food, my friend. Ding, 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 ding. Food in Russian is еда. Еда. Since the first ye is unstressed, that's why it sounds like something between ye and ye. Еда. Еда. Our first word in this group is bread. Хлеб. Хлеб. Not хлеб, but хлеб. P, p. Because the voiced consonant b is at the end of this word. That's why it's read like the voiceless consonant p, p. Bread, хлеб. Next word, rice, рис, рис. Egg, яйцо, яйцо. Meat, мясо, Мясо. Pork. Свинина. Свинина. Chicken. Курица. Курица. Beef. Говядина. Говядина. Fish. Рыба. Рыба. The next group of words is vegetables. Vegetables in Russian is овощи. Овощи. Lettuce. Латук. Или салат латук. Латук. Салат латук. Salat means salad. Salat латук. Onion. Лук. Лук. Garlic in Russian is чеснок. Чеснок. Okay, next word. Pepper. Перец. Перец. Carrot in Russian is морковь. Морковь. I want to remind you that the first O is unstressed. That's why it sounds like морковь. And one more moment. The voice softened consonant V at the end of this word sounds like a paired voiceless consonant F. Морковь. Not морковь, but морковь. Okay, let's move on. And the next word is tomato. In Russian, we have two words that are synonymous with each other, and you can use both. Помидор. Помидор. Или or томат. Томат. I get the second one is much easier to remember. You just need to cut off the last letter O from the English version of this word. Томат. Great! Now let's get to the fruit. Fruit in Russian is фрукты. Фрукты. And the first place of honor in this group is taken by an apple. Яблоко. Яблоко. Next word. Banana. Banana in Russian is банан. Банан. Yes, it's as simple as possible. You just need to cut off the last letter from the English version. Banana changed to банан. Next word. Pineapple. Ananas. Ananas. Pineapple in Russian is ananas. Strawberry. Клубника. 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 So, strawberry in Russian is клубника. The next word is grape. Виноград. Виноград. How you could hear, the voiced consonant D at the end of this word also sounds like the paired voiceless consonant T. Виноград. Виноград. Moreover, now you can learn one more word in Russian. Since wine is made from grapes, from виноград, виноград, in Russian, wine is called вино. Вино, виноград. Вино, виноград. There is only a difference in stress. Okay, now let's talk about drinks. Drink in Russian is напиток. Напиток. We already know one word, and it's water. Вода. Вода. But now it's the time to get acquainted with new words. Milk. Молоко. Молоко. Milk in Russian is молоко. The next word is tea. Чай. Чай. If you like adding sugar to tea, then you need to know how to call sugar in Russian. Sugar in Russian is сахар. Сахар. If you prefer a healthier analog of sugar and use honey, then write down that honey in Russian is мед. 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 By the way, have you noticed that the voiced consonant D at the end of this word also sounds like the paired voiceless consonant T? Not мед, but мед. Мед. So, we just looked at the words from the food category. Now let's learn the wonderful phrase, I want. How to say I want in Russian. In Russian, it will be я хочу. Я хочу. Я, want, хочу. I want, я хочу. For example, I want fruit. Я хочу фрукты. Also, let's take a look at this useful coordinating conjunction и. It means and. And in Russian is и. For example, I want fruit and meat. Я хочу фрукты и мясо. Я хочу фрукты и мясо. Okay, are you ready to try to do this exercise? You need to translate these two sentences. Take your time, press pause, and in a moment we will check it together. I want rice, meat, and vegetables. And the second one, I want banana and tea. Okay, let's look what we've got. The first sentence, the translation is Я хочу рис, мясо и овощи. The second sentence, Я хочу банан и чай. How was it? Was it hard? Anyway, you can try to do this exercise one more time if you made any mistakes. It's okay. Now, let's review the material we learned today. Food. Еда. Еда. Bread. Хлеб. Хлеб. Rice. Рис. Рис. Egg. Яйцо. Яйцо. Meat. Мясо. Мясо. Chicken. Курица. Курица. Pork. Свинина. Свинина. Beef. Говядина. Говядина. Fish. Рыба. Рыба. Vegetables. Овощи. Овощи. Lettuce. Салат латук, or just латук. Onion. Лук. Лук. Garlic. Чеснок. Чеснок. Pepper. Перец. Перец. Carrot. Морковь. Морковь. Tomato. Помидор или томат. Помидор. Томат. Fruit. Фрукты. Фрукты. Apple. Яблоко. Яблоко. Banana. Банан. Банан. Pineapple. Ананас. Ананас. Strawberry. Клубника. Клубника. Grape. Виноград. Виноград. Drink. Напиток. Напиток. Milk. Молоко. Молоко. Tea. Чай. Чай. Sugar. Сахар. Сахар. Honey. Мед. Мед. I want. Я хочу. Я хочу. And и. И. That's all for today. Congratulations! Now you know the words on the topic of food in Russian, which mean that if you suddenly find yourself in a Russian-speaking country, then you will never be hungry. And this is wonderful news, by the way. And yeah, on this nice note, I say see you soon. Bye-bye. Пока-пока. Привет, мой дорогой друг. Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello, my dear friend. Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. And today we will talk about animals and verbs of the first conjugation in the present tense. But first, let's review the material from the previous lesson. Повторение. Food, еда, bread, хлеб, rice, рис, egg, яйцо, meat, мясо, chicken, курица, pork, свинина, beef, говядина, fish, рыба, vegetables, овощи, lettuce, салат латук or just латук, onion, лук, garlic, чеснок, pepper, перец, carrot, морковь, tomato, помидор или томат, fruit, фрукты, apple, яблоко, banana, банан, pineapple, ананас, strawberry, клубника, grape, виноград, drink, напиток, milk, молоко, tea, чай, sugar, сахар, honey, мед, I want, я хочу, and и. Also, let's refresh the rule related to the modification of consonants in Russian. In Russian, some consonants have voiced or unvoiced counterparts. There are 6 pairs. The first pair is b, p, then v, f, g, k, d, t, ž, sh, z, s. So, the Russian voiced consonants can be in a weak position, and because of the specifics of the Russian articulation, voiced consonants in a weak position can be modified. The voiced consonant is pronounced like the corresponding to it voiceless sound. The modification takes place in 2 cases: if the voiced consonant is in the end of a word, or if it is before voiceless consonants. Okay, great. Let's move on to the first part of our lesson. Animals in Russian is животные. 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 Let's start. A cat in Russian is кот. Кот. Cat, кот. This word ends with the consonant t. T. That's why it's masculine. Next word. Dog. Собака. Собака. Dog. Собака. Since it ends with the vowel a, it's feminine. Next word. Bird. Птица. Птица. Bird. Птица. And again, this word ends with the vowel a, so it's feminine. Elephant. Слон. Слон. Elephant. Слон. It's masculine. As well as the word лев. Лев, which means lion. A lion in Russian is лев. Лев. Please note that the voiced consonant V at the end of this word sounds like the paired voiceless consonant F. V, F. Лев. Okay, let's move on. Bear. Медведь. Медведь. Similarly to the previous word, the voiced consonant D sounds like the paired voiceless consonant T. Медведь. Медведь. A bear in Russian is медведь. The next word is horse. A horse in Russian is лошадь. 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 It's feminine. Tiger. Тигр. 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 It's the masculine gender. A bull in Russian is бык. 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 It's masculine. Next word. Turtle. Черепаха. Черепаха. Turtle. Черепаха. It's feminine. Pig. Свинья. Свинья. And it's feminine. Pig. Свинья. Next word. Cow. Корова. 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 A cow in Russian is корова. It's feminine. A sheep in Russian is овца. Овца. Sheep. Овца. And it's feminine as well. And the last animal for today is a duck. Утка. Утка. A duck in Russian is утка. It's feminine. I hope you wrote these words down in your dictionary so that you remember them better. Or maybe you have a perfect memory and you don't need it. Who knows? Anyway, we are moving on, and I hope that you're ready to make out the second part of our lesson. Namely, we will talk about the verbs of the first conjunction in the present tense in Russian. Ready? Okay, let's get started. And first of all, I want to start with the good news. In Russian, there is only one present tense. Only one. The bad news is that in the present tense, the endings of the verbs change depending on person and number. Each person has its ending. Next point worth mentioning. Russian verbs in the infinitive form usually end with t and answer to the question what to do. Что делать? What? Что? Do? Делать. Что делать? In Russian exist two conjugations of verbs. Usually the first conjugation in the infinitive form ends with ать, or yet. As an example, I indicated the following verbs. The verb to do. Делать. Делать. It ends with ать. To work. Работать. Работать. Next example. To walk. Гулять. Гулять. It ends with ять. Гулять. Делать. Работать. Гулять. The second conjugation in the infinitive form ends with eat, and sometimes with еть. And the first example of the second conjugation verb is the verb to speak. Говорить. It ends with it. Next example, the verb to watch. Смотреть. Next example, помнить. To remember. Говорить, to speak. Смотреть, to watch. Помнить, to remember. Говорить, смотреть, помнить. This is a general scheme for distinguishing the conjugation of verbs. However, there are exclusions, of course, but we will talk about it later. In this lesson, we will learn forming the present tense of the first conjugation. So, using the verb of the first conjugation, we take the infinitive form and change t to the corresponding personal ending, which you find in this table. First person, singular, the ending you. Second person, singular, the ending yesh. Third person, singular, the ending yet. Pay attention that the pronouns on, она, оно, he, she, it, third person, have a common ending, yet. Okay, first person plural, the ending ем. Second person plural, the ending ете. Third person plural, the ending ют. Please write down this scheme. So, one more time. Using the verb of the first conjugation ending with at or yet, it's necessary to replace the ending t with the corresponding personal ending, which you can find in this table. To practice, let's start by learning a few basic verbs of the first conjugation. Get ready to write down and repeat after me. And the first verb is to run. Бегать. To run, бегать. As you can see, this verb ends with at. Бегать. This is the verb of the first conjugation. To run, бегать. Next verb. To walk. Гулять. To walk, гулять. This verb ends with yet. This ending tells us that this is the verb of the first conjugation. To walk, гулять. To jump, прыгать. This verb also ends with at, which tells us that this is the verb of the first conjugation. To jump, прыгать. Let's summarize. To run, бегать. To walk, гулять. To jump, прыгать. Okay, now let's practice and see how the verbs will change depending on which pronoun we use them with. But first, let's remember the pronouns in Russian. I, я, you, ты, he, он, she, она, it, оно, we, мы, you, вы, they, они. So, in order to say I run, for example, we need to take the infinitive form of our verb бегать, to run, бегать, and change t to the corresponding personal ending you. Бегать changed to бегаю. Бегать, бегаю. Я бегаю. I run. Я бегаю. As you can see, I separated the ending t with a vertical line so that you understand which part of the word remains unchanged and which will be replaced. If you want to say you run in Russian, you need to change t to the ending ешь. Бегать changed to бегаешь. You run. Ты бегаешь. Next group, He runs, she runs, it runs. The pronouns он, he, она, she, and оно, it, have the common ending «ет». He runs. Он бегает. Он бегает. She runs. Она бегает. Она бегает. It runs. Оно бегает. Оно бегает. Okay, let's move on. First person, plural. And we take the infinitive form of our verb and change to the corresponding personal ending «ем». Мы бегаем. We run. Мы бегаем. Мы бегаем. Second person, plural. You run. The ending «to» changed to the ending «ете». You run. Вы бегаете. Вы бегаете. You run. Вы бегаете. Third person, plural. They run. The ending «to» changed to the ending «ют». They run. Они бегают. Они бегают. They run. Они бегают. Okay, let's put it all together. The verb to run. Бегать. I run. Я бегаю. You run. Ты бегаешь. He runs. Он бегает. She runs. Она бегает. It runs. Оно бегает. We run. Мы бегаем. You run. Вы бегаете. They run. Они бегают. I understand that this is probably very difficult, but let's continue to practice to make it easier. And our next verb is the verb to walk. Гулять. The ending for the first person singular is you. The ending to changed to the ending you. I walk. Я гуляю. Я гуляю. You walk. The ending to changed to the ending ешь. You walk. Ты гуляешь. Ты гуляешь. The ending for the third person singular is ет. So we will change the ending to the ending ет. He walks. Он гуляет. Он гуляет. She walks. Она гуляет. Она гуляет. It walks. Оно гуляет. Оно гуляет. We walk. Мы гуляем. Мы гуляем. You walk. Plural. Вы гуляете. Вы гуляете. They walk. Они гуляют. Они гуляют. And let's put it all together. I walk. Я гуляю. You walk. Ты гуляешь. He walks. Он гуляет. She walks. Она гуляет. It walks. Оно гуляет. We walk. Мы гуляем. You walk. Вы гуляете. They walk. Они гуляют. And let's practice with our third verb, to jump. Прыгать. Let's take the infinitive form and change to the corresponding personal ending. I jump. Я прыгаю. Я прыгаю. You jump. Ты прыгаешь. Ты прыгаешь. He jumps. Он прыгает. She jumps. Она прыгает. Она прыгает. It jumps. Оно прыгает. Оно прыгает. We jump. Мы прыгаем. Мы прыгаем. You jump. Вы прыгаете. Вы прыгаете. They jump. Они прыгают. Они прыгают. Я прыгаю. Ты прыгаешь. Он прыгает. Она прыгает. Оно прыгает. Мы прыгаем. Вы прыгаете. Они прыгают. Great job. Really. We have more practice ahead, so I'm sure you will master it. You'll master it perfectly. And now let's add 2 adverbs to your vocabulary. The most part of Russian adverbs has the ending o. And here's the first adverb for you. Fast. Быстро. Быстро. Fast in Russian is быстро. The second adverb is slowly. Медленно. Медленно. Slowly in Russian is медленно. Now is the time for practice. Here you can see the verbs studied today. However, pay attention to their endings, which indicate that a specific kind of pronoun or noun is used with them. Your task is to form sentences using pronouns and animal names you know. Also, you can add adverbs. Take your time, and then I will show my version. Okay? Let's see my variant. Я гуляю медленно. Я гуляю медленно. I walk slowly. Лошадь бегает быстро. Лошадь бегает быстро. A horse runs fast. Кот прыгает. Кот прыгает. A cat jumps. But let me remind you that there is only one present tense in Russian. Therefore, these sentences can also mean the present continuous action. It all depends on the context. So we can translate the first sentence «Я гуляю медленно» as «I walk slowly» or «I'm walking slowly». Лошадь бегает быстро. A horse runs fast. Or a horse is running fast. Кот прыгает. A cat jumps. Or a cat is jumping. Okay, take another look at this pivot table to remember which endings are used according to person and number. And the final part of today's lesson is the repetition of new words. Повторение. Repeat after me. Animals – животные. Cat – кот. Dog – собака. Bird – птица. Elephant – слон. Lion – лев. Bear – медведь. Horse – лошадь. Tiger – тигр. Bull – бык. Turtle – черепаха. Pig – свинья. Cow – корова. Sheep – овца. Duck – утка. To run – бегать. To walk – гулять. To jump – прыгать. Fast – быстро. Slowly – медленно. Excellent! Great job, my friend! That's all for today. See you in the next lesson, where we will continue to learn new verbs in the present tense. Пока-пока! Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello! Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. And today we will continue studying the verbs of the first conjugation. But first, as usual, we will make a revision of the words from the previous lesson. Repeat after me. Animals – животные. Cat – кот. Dog – собака. Bird – птица. Elephant – слон. Lion – лев. Bear – медведь. Horse – лошадь. Tiger – тигр. Bull – бык. Turtle – черепаха. Pig – свинья. Cow – корова. sheep – овца. Duck – утка. To run – бегать. To walk – гулять. To jump – прыгать. Fast – быстро. Slowly – медленно. Also, let's remember how the ending of the first conjugation of the verb changes depending on the person and the number, using as an example the verbs you already know. The verb to run – бегать, to walk – гулять, and to jump – прыгать. For the first person singular, the ending «т» changed to the ending «ю». Я бегаю, я гуляю, я прыгаю. For the second person singular, the ending «т» changed to the ending «ешь». Ты бегаешь, ты гуляешь, ты прыгаешь. For the third person singular, the ending «т» changed to the ending «ет». Он, она, оно бегает. Он, она, оно гуляет. Он, она, оно прыгает. First person plural, the ending «т» changed to the ending «ем». Мы бегаем, мы гуляем, мы прыгаем. Second person plural, the ending «т» changed to the ending «ете». Вы бегаете, вы гуляете, вы прыгаете. And last case. For the third person plural, the ending «т» changed to the ending «ют». Они бегают, они гуляют, они прыгают. Great! We remembered the modifications of the verb of the first conjugation, and now let's learn a few new verbs. And here we see a useful phrase consisting of the verb to do and the noun exercise. To do exercise. Делать упражнение. Делать упражнение. To do – делать, exercise – упражнение, упражнение. The next verb is to swim – плавать, плавать. To swim in Russian is плавать. Next verb – to dance – танцевать, танцевать. To dance – танцевать. And one more time – танцевать. This is probably my favorite exercise and activity. And we are moving on. And the next verb is to lift up. Поднимать. 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 To lift up in Russian is поднимать. To play – играть. 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 To play – играть. So, we learned 5 new verbs. Now let's see how they will change depending on person and number. Since now we are learning verbs of the first conjugation, respectively, we will use this table. And here is our first verb. Делать. Делать. It means to do or to make. And I want to remind you that this vertical line separates the unchanging part from the ending, which will change depending on the person and the number. Also, I want to remind you that there is only one present tense in Russian. Therefore, if you want to say in Russian, I do, I am doing, I have been doing, for all 3 cases we use only one scheme. Я делаю. Also, please note that this scheme doesn't work for the present perfect tense in English. The analog of the present perfect tense will be the past tense in Russian, but we will talk about it later. So, I do, I am doing, I have been doing, я делаю. You do, you are doing, you have been doing, ты делаешь. I hope you understand that there is only one present tense in Russian, therefore I will use only one analog of the English present tense to save you time. He does, she does, it does. Or he makes, she makes, it makes. Он делает, она делает, оно делает. We do, we make. Мы делаем. Мы делаем. You do or you make. Вы делаете. Вы делаете. They do, they make. Они делают. Они делают. Okay, now let's see how the verb to swim changes. To swim in Russian is плавать. Плавать. And the scheme is the same. We will take the infinitive form and change to the corresponding personal ending. I swim. Я плаваю. Я плаваю. You swim. Ты плаваешь. Ты плаваешь. Ты плаваешь. He swims. Он плавает. Он плавает. She swims. Она плавает. Она плавает. It swims. Оно плавает. Оно плавает. We swim. Мы плаваем. Мы плаваем. You swim. Вы плаваете. Вы плаваете. And the last one. They swim. Они плавают. Они плавают. Okay, great. Are you ready for a more difficult case? I hope so. Let's figure out how the verb to dance is conjugated. To dance in Russian is танцевать. Танцевать. And everything is fine with this ending t, because it changed to the corresponding personal ending normally. But the problem is in the underlined part of this verb Ева. Ева. This part is only in the infinitive. When conjugating, this part of the word is replaced in all cases by u. U. So, the unchanging part in all forms will be not танцева, but танцу. I dance. Я танцую. Я танцую. You dance. Ты танцуешь. Ты танцуешь. He dances. Он танцует. Он танцует. She dances. Она танцует. Она танцует. It dances. Оно танцует. Оно танцует. We dance. Мы танцуем. Мы танцуем. You dance. Вы танцуете. Вы танцуете. They dance. Они танцуют. Они танцуют. Okay, now it's time to conjugate the verb to lift up. Я поднимаю. Я поднимаю. Ты поднимаешь. Ты поднимаешь. Он поднимает. Он поднимает. Она поднимает. Она поднимает. Оно поднимает. Оно поднимает. Мы поднимаем. Мы поднимаем. Вы поднимаете. Вы поднимаете. Они поднимают. Они поднимают. This time I didn't use the translation in English, and I hope that this didn't make it difficult to understand, because over time I will translate less so that you get used to the Russian language more. And we have the last verb we learned before, to conjugate. This is the verb to play. Играть. Играть. Try to repeat after me, okay? Я играю. Я играю. Ты играешь. Ты играешь. Он играет. Он играет. Она играет. Она играет. Оно играет. Оно играет. Мы играем. Мы играем. Вы играете. Вы играете. Они играют. Они играют. Сейчас время делать упражнение. Now is the time to do the exercise. Now – сейчас. Time – время. To do – делать. Exercise – упражнение. Сейчас время делать упражнение. So, here you see the new verb. To begin. Начинать. 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 So, your task is to make conjugation for this verb and fill in this table. Take your time, and when you are ready, check the correct answers. Okay, ready? Let's see what we've got. Our verb is to begin. Начинать. Я начинаю. Я начинаю. Ты начинаешь. Ты начинаешь. Он начинает. Он начинает. Она начинает. Она начинает. Оно начинает. Оно начинает. Мы начинаем. Мы начинаем. Вы начинаете. Вы начинаете. Они начинают. Они начинают. I hope you succeeded. If not, this is absolutely fine. In any case, you can look at the table, check it with your version, and understand what the problem is. But we are moving on, and in this lesson, I would also like to tell you about the phrase I like and I don't like. That is, we will also look at the formation of negation in Russian. Let's try to figure out how to say I like in Russian. In order to say I like in Russian, we use such a phrase «Мне нравится». «Мне нравится». Let me explain it. Russian is a null subject language, so it allows constructing sentences without subjects. It means that we have impersonal sentences. So instead of using pronoun I, я, we use dative form of this pronoun. Мне. Мне. Because dative impersonals usually express personal feelings, where experiencer in dative case can possibly be considered as subject. For example, if we want to say I feel bad, we say мне плохо. Плохо, it's adverb and it means badly. If I want to say I feel good, I say мне хорошо. Мне хорошо. Хорошо, it's also the adverb and it means good. So, if we want to say I like, we say мне нравится. Мне нравится. Мне нравится. Don't worry, the cases of the Russian language, including the dative case, we will study later. But for now, just remember this useful phrase. Мне нравится. Okay, good. But what to do if you don't like something? For this, let's see how negation is formed in Russian. Actually, everything is not so hard, because in order to convert any statement into a negation, all you need to do is to place не, it means no, before the word you want to negate. I dance, я танцую. But if I don't dance, it means that I want to negate the word танцую. So, I add не before the verb. Я не танцую. Я не танцую. I don't dance. Я не танцую. He swims. Он плавает. He doesn't swim. Он не плавает. You run. Вы бегаете. You don't run. Вы не бегаете. As you can see, the negation in Russian is formed the same regardless of person and number. Therefore, if you want to say I don't like, In Russian, it will be «Мне не нравится». Мне не нравится. Мне не нравится. Okay, and here's the last exercise for today. You need to supplement this sentence with any verb you want and translate it into Russian. For example, I like to swim. Мне нравится плавать. And I don't like to swim. Мне не нравится плавать. Write your sentences and then we will look at mine. And here is my variant. I like to dance. Мне нравится танцевать. Мне нравится танцевать. Мне нравится танцевать. I don't like to run. Мне не нравится бегать. Мне не нравится бегать. Мне не нравится бегать. Honestly, it's very close to the truth. Let's make a revision. Повторение. Repeat after me. Повторяй за мной. Repeat after me. Повторяй за мной. To do exercise. Делать упражнение. To walk. Гулять. To run. Бегать. To jump. Прыгать. To swim. Плавать. To dance. Танцевать. To lift up. Поднимать. To play. Играть. To begin. Начинать. I like. Мне нравится. I don't like. Мне не нравится. And that's all for today. Thank you for being with me in this lesson, and I'm looking forward to the next one. Have a nice day, evening or morning, and see you soon. Bye-bye. Пока-пока. Привет, дорогой друг. Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello, my dear friend. Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. And today we will continue to learn important verbs in Russian and take a closer look at the verbs of the second conjugation. But first, let's review what we learned in the previous lesson. Повторение. Repeat after me. Повторяй за мной. Repeat after me. Повторяй за мной. To do exercise. Делать упражнение. To walk. Гулять. To run. Бегать. To jump. Прыгать. To swim. Плавать. To dance. Танцевать. To lift up. Поднимать. To play. Играть. To begin. Начинать. I like. Мне нравится. I don't like. Мне не нравится. Okay, great. As I said, today we will talk about the present tense of the second conjugation verbs. Also, let me remind you of a few key points. First of all, there exists only one present tense form in Russian. Secondly, in the present tense, the endings of the verbs change depending on person and number, and each person has its ending. Also, you can see the table, which shows the endings typical for the first and second conjugation verbs. This is a general table, but I want to warn you that verbs in Russian have quite a few exceptions and other features, so the conjugation of many verbs must be studied in detail and memorized individually. So, the infinitive form of the first conjugation verbs usually ends with ать or ять. Ать or ять. Делать, to do, работать, to work, гулять, to walk. The infinitive form of the second conjugation verbs usually ends with eat or еть. Eat or еть. говорить, to speak, смотреть, to watch, помнить, to remember. Now let's talk in more detail about the verbs of the second conjugation and how the ending of these verbs change depending on person and number with which a verb is used. Please note that when we form the present tense of verbs of the first conjugation, we remove the two last letters t, and add the matching personal ending. But when we form the present tense of verbs of the second conjugation, we remove the last three letters, eat, or yet, and add the matching personal ending. So let's get started. For the first person singular, we change the infinitive ending it or yet to the ending u or you. For the second person singular, we change the infinitive ending to the ending ish. The third person singular has the ending it. For the first person plural, we take the infinitive form and change it or yet to the ending im. The second person plural has the ending ite. And for the third person plural, we take the infinitive form and change it or yet to the ending at or yet. Please write down this table because now we will look at new verbs in the infinitive form and then we will work on each of them using our knowledge of verb conjugation. And our first new verb for today is the verb to speak. Говорить. To speak, говорить. As you can see, this verb has the ending it. Говорить. So, this is the verb of the second conjugation. To speak, говорить. Next verb, to look or to watch. Смотреть. The ending еть, смотреть. It means that this is the verb of the second conjugation. To look or to watch in Russian is смотреть. To remember, помнить. Помнить. To walk, ходить. Also, you know the synonym for this word. Гулять. However, if we compare these two verbs, then the verb ходить is closer to the meaning of movement due to the movement of the legs. And the verb гулять has a connotation to have a stroll. To walk, ходить. Next verb, to see, видеть. Since the vowel «е» is unstressed, I pronounce it as «и». Видеть. To see, видеть. The next important verb is the verb to have. Иметь. To have, иметь. To go, идти. In this word, the combination of the letter E and the letter D sounds like идти. Not like идти, but идти. Okay, let's move on. To be able to. Мочь. To be able to. Мочь. Okay, this was the last verb in today's lesson, which means that now is the time to look at each of them in more detail and conjugate. We will use the table that I showed before and replace the ending it or the ending yet with the following endings. Говорить. To speak. We take the infinitive form and change it to the ending you for the first person singular. Я говорю. Первое лицо, единственное число. Я говорю. Первое. First. Лицо. Person. Единственное. Singular. Число. Number. Я говорю. Second person. Singular. Второе лицо. Единственное число. Second. Второе. Person. Лицо. Singular. Единственное. Number. Число. Второе лицо. Единственное число. Ты говоришь. Ты говоришь. Ты говоришь. Third person. Singular number. Третье лицо. Единственное число. Third. Третье. Person. Лицо. Singular. Единственное. Number. Число. Он говорит. Он говорит. Она говорит. Она говорит. Оно говорит. Оно говорит. Первое лицо. Множественное число. First. Первое. Person. Лицо. Plural. Множественное. Number. Число. Мы говорим. Мы говорим. Мы говорим. Второе лицо. Множественное число. Second. Второе. Person. Лицо. Plural. Множественное. Number. Число. Вы говорите. Вы говорите. Вы говорите. Третье лицо. Множественное число. Third. Третье. Person. Лицо. Plural. Множественное. Number. Число. Они говорят. Они говорят. Они говорят. Let's put it all together. Я говорю. Ты говоришь. Он говорит. Она говорит. Оно говорит. Мы говорим. Вы говорите. Они говорят. Good. I hope you're ready to move on to the next verb. Смотреть. Смотреть. Which means to look, to watch. Первое лицо. Единственное число. Первое. First. Лицо. Person. Единственное. Singular. Число. Number. Я смотрю. Я смотрю. We take the infinitive form and change the ending yet to the ending you. Я смотрю. Similarly, we will take the infinitive form and change the ending yet to the corresponding personal ending. Второе лицо. Единственное число. Второе. Second. Лицо. Person. Единственное. Singular. Число. Number. Ты смотришь. Ты смотришь. Третье лицо. Единственное число. Третье. Third. Лицо. Person. Единственное. Singular. Число. Number. Он смотрит. Он смотрит. Она смотрит. Она смотрит. Оно смотрит. Оно смотрит. Первое лицо. Множественное число. Первое. First. Лицо. Person. Множественное. Plural. Число. Number. Мы смотрим. Мы смотрим. Мы смотрим. Второе лицо. Множественное число. Второе. Second. Лицо. Person. Множественное. Plural. Число. Number. Вы смотрите. Вы смотрите. Вы смотрите. Третье лицо. Множественное число. Третье. Third. Лицо. Person. Множественное. Plural – число, number. Они смотрят. Они смотрят. Они смотрят. Next verb. To remember. Помнить. Помнить. Первое лицо – единственное число. Я помню. Я помню. Второе лицо – единственное число. Ты помнишь. Ты помнишь. Третье лицо – единственное число. Он помнит. Он помнит. Она помнит. Она помнит. Оно помнит. Оно помнит. Первое лицо – множественное число. Мы помним. Мы помним. Второе лицо – множественное число. Вы помните. Вы помните. Третье лицо – множественное число. Они помнят. Они помнят. Next verb. To walk. Ходить. Ходить. Please note that for the first person singular, the letter D changed to the letter Ж. Итак, so. Первое лицо – единственное число. Я хожу. Я хожу. Второе лицо – единственное число. Ты ходишь. Ты ходишь. Третье лицо – единственное число. Он ходит. Он ходит. Она ходит. Она ходит. Оно ходит. Оно ходит. Первое лицо – множественное число. Мы ходим. Мы ходим. Второе лицо – множественное число. Вы ходите. Вы ходите. Третье лицо – множественное число. Они ходят. Они ходят. Lesson by lesson, I will use less and less English and switch to Russian, and I hope that you start to get used to it and immerse yourself in Russian. But we are moving on, and our next verb is to see. Видеть. Видеть. Первое лицо – единственное число. Я вижу. Я вижу. Второе лицо – единственное число. Ты видишь. Ты видишь. Третье лицо – единственное число. Он видит. Она видит. Оно видит. Первое лицо – множественное число. Мы видим. Мы видим. Второе лицо – множественное число. Вы видите. Вы видите. Третье лицо – множественное число. Они видят. Они видят. To have – иметь. Иметь. And despite the ending yet, this verb refers to the verb of the first conjugation. Please write this table down and repeat after me. Я имею. Я имею. Ты имеешь. Ты имеешь. Он имеет. Он имеет. Она имеет. Она имеет. Оно имеет. Оно имеет. Мы имеем. Мы имеем. Вы имеете. Вы имеете. Они имеют. Они имеют. It was the verb to have. But if you want to say in Russian, I have, you should use the phrase У меня есть. У меня есть. And as you can see, this construction has different logic. In the Russian language, есть is an archaic form of the verb to be in the present tense. And this form is literally translated into English as there is or there are, and it's used only in this construction. So, if you want to say, I have a book, for example, in Russian it will be У меня есть книга. У меня есть книга. У меня есть книга is literally translated into English as there is a book at me. У меня есть книга. I have a book. У меня есть кот. I have a cat. У меня есть собака. I have a dog. And so on. And one more moment. Please pay attention that the phrase у меня means in my life or in the space of my life. So we use this phrase to describe our mood, our state, our life. Итак, so the phrase «У меня все хорошо» means I'm fine. У меня, in my life, все, everything, хорошо is fine. У меня все хорошо. Everything is fine in my life. This is a very useful phrase, so be sure to write it down, okay? And next in line we have an irregular verb to go. Идти. Идти. Я иду. Я иду. Ты идешь. Ты идешь. Он идет. Он идет. Она идет. Она идет. Оно идет. Оно идет. Мы идем. Мы идем. Вы идете. Вы идете. Они идут. Они идут. Please repeat after me, because there is no other way to learn it. Я иду. Ты идешь. Он идет. Она идет. Оно идет. Мы идем. Вы идете. Они идут. And the last verb for this lesson, to be able to. Мочь. Мочь. It's also an irregular verb, so let's practice conjugating it. Я могу. Я могу. Ты можешь. Ты можешь. Он может. Он может. Она может. Она может. Оно может. Оно может. Мы можем. Мы можем. Вы можете. Вы можете. Они могут. Они могут. Since this is an irregular verb, you know what to do, right? It means repeat after me. Я могу. Ты можешь. Он может. Она может. Оно может. Мы можем. Вы можете. Они могут. Great job, my friend. Great job, really. It's time to consolidate what we have learned and to do this exercise. Your task is to translate these sentences. When you're ready, check the correct answers. Ready? Let's check it. I remember. Я помню. He speaks. Он говорит. They can. Они могут. You walk. Ты ходишь. We go. Мы идем. She sees. Она видит. I have. Я имею. или о у меня есть. Я имею или у меня есть. And another similar exercise. Упражнение. Take your time, and when you're ready, we will check it. Okay, let's see what we've got. They go. Они идут. I speak. Я говорю. You can. Ты можешь. We remember. Мы помним. She goes. Она идет. I see. Я вижу. He walks. Он ходит. Okay, let's make a revision of our vocabulary. To speak. Говорить. To look, to watch. Смотреть. To remember. Помнить. To walk. Ходить. To see. Видеть. To have. Иметь. I have. У меня есть. To go. Идти. To be able to. Мочь. And that's all for today. Thank you for this lesson and for the time that you devoted to the Russian language and spent with me. I wish you a good day and see you at the next class. Пока-пока. Привет и добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello! Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. And today we have in the program a review of the verbs from the previous lesson and the study of new verbs and their consolidation in exercises. Let's get started. Повторение. Revision. Повторяй за мной. Repeat after me. To speak. Говорить. To look. To watch. Смотреть. To remember. Помнить. To walk. Ходить. To see. Видеть. To have. Иметь. I have. У меня есть. To go. Идти. To be able to. Мочь. Great. As I said, today you will add new verbs to your vocabulary. Important verbs, part 3. Важные глаголы, часть 3. Важные, important, глаголы, verbs. Часть 3, part 3. And the first and really important verb is to know. Знать. Знать. To know in Russian is знать. As usual, first we will make a general overview of all the verbs and then conjugate each of them. To know, знать. Next verb, to understand, понимать. 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 To understand, понимать. To think, думать. 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 To think in Russian is думать. And the next verb is to listen. Слушать. 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 To listen. Слушать. To buy. Покупать. 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 To buy in Russian is покупать. Next verb. To give. Давать. 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 To give. Давать. To want. Хотеть. Хотеть. To want. Хотеть. And the next verb is to eat. Есть. 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 To eat. Есть. And the last verb we will work with in this lesson is the verb to put. Класть. 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 To put in Russian is класть. Okay, now let's move on to the main part of today's lesson. Perhaps you have noticed that most of the verbs that I just showed you end with the ending at. At. This means that these verbs belong to the first conjugation. So now you can see the table for the first conjugation verbs so that you understand what to rely on. Итак, so let's talk about conjugating our first verb. Знать. To know. Знать. Первое лицо – единственное число. First person – singular. Я знаю. Я знаю. I know. We change the ending «т» to the ending «ю». I know. Я знаю. Второе лицо – единственное число. Ты знаешь. Ты знаешь. You know. We change the ending «т» to the ending «ешь». Ты знаешь. Третье лицо – единственное число. Third person – singular. Он знает. Он знает. He knows. Она знает. Она знает. She knows. Оно знает. Оно знает. It knows. We changed the ending «т» to the ending «ет». Первое лицо – множественное число. First person – plural. Мы знаем. Мы знаем. We know. Второе лицо – множественное число. Second person – plural. Вы знаете. Вы знаете. You know. We change the ending «т» to the ending «ете». Третье лицо – множественное число. Third person – plural. Они знают. Они знают. They know. We change the ending «т» to the ending «ют». Они знают. Let's put it all together. Я знаю. Ты знаешь. Он знает. Она знает. Оно знает. Мы знаем. Вы знаете. Они знают. Let's move on to the next verb. Понимать. Понимать. To understand. Первое лицо – единственное число. Я понимаю. Я понимаю. I understand. Второе лицо – единственное число. Ты понимаешь. Ты понимаешь. You understand. Третье лицо – единственное число. Он понимает. Он понимает. He understands. Она понимает. Она понимает. She understands. Оно понимает. Оно понимает. It understands. Первое лицо – множественное число. Мы понимаем. Мы понимаем. We understand. Второе лицо – множественное число. Вы понимаете. Вы понимаете. You understand. Третье лицо – множественное число. Они понимают. Они понимают. They understand. Let's put it all together. Я понимаю. Ты понимаешь. Он понимает. Она понимает. Оно понимает. Мы понимаем. Вы понимаете. Они понимают. Next verb. Думать. To think. Думать. Я думаю. Я думаю. I think. Ты думаешь. Ты думаешь. You think. Он думает. Он думает. He thinks. Она думает. Она думает. She thinks. Оно думает. Оно думает. It thinks. Мы думаем. Мы думаем. We think. Вы думаете. Вы думаете. You think. Они думают. Они думают. They think. Okay, ready to move on? And our next verb is to listen. Слушать. Слушать. Я слушаю. Я слушаю. I listen. Ты слушаешь. Ты слушаешь. You listen. Он слушает. Он слушает. He listens. Она слушает. Она слушает. She listens. Оно слушает. Оно слушает. It listens. Мы слушаем. Мы слушаем. We listen. Вы слушаете. Вы слушаете. You listen. Они слушают. Они слушают. They listen. Покупать. To buy. Покупать. Я покупаю. Я покупаю. I buy. Ты покупаешь. Ты покупаешь. You buy. Он покупает. Он покупает. He buys. Она покупает. Она покупает. She buys. Оно покупает. Оно покупает. It buys. Мы покупаем. Мы покупаем. We buy. Вы покупаете. Вы покупаете. You buy. Они покупают. Они покупают. They buy. The next verb is to give. Давать. Давать. Please pay attention that I have put the vertical line before vat. It means that we will change the ending vat to the corresponding personal ending. I give. Я даю. Я даю. You give. Ты даешь. Ты даешь. He gives. Он дает. Он дает. She gives. Она дает. Она дает. It gives. Оно дает. Оно дает. We give. Мы даем. Мы даем. You give. Вы даете. Вы даете. They give. Они дают. Они дают. You probably noticed that in some cases the letter ye is replaced by the letter yo. As I said, unfortunately, there are many peculiarities in the Russian language, which is why we consider each studied verbs in their conjugations in such detail. But the good news is that the letter yo is always under stress. So in words where you see the letter yo, you don't need to think about which syllable to put the stress on, because it's uniquely defined. But we are moving on, and our next verb is to want. Хотеть. Хотеть. The peculiarity of this verb is that in the singular, the given verb is conjugated as the verb of the first conjugation, and in the plural, as the verb of the second conjugation. Also, in the singular, the letter t changed to the letter ch. I want. Я хочу. Я хочу. You want. Ты хочешь. Ты хочешь. He wants. Он хочет. Он хочет. She wants. Она хочет. Она хочет. It wants. Оно хочет. Оно хочет. We want. Мы хотим. Мы хотим. You want. Вы хотите. Вы хотите. They want. Они хотят. Они хотят. The next verb we will work on is the verb to eat. Есть. Есть. This is an irregular verb, so write down its conjugation. I eat. Я ем. Я ем. You eat. Ты ешь. Ты ешь. He eats. Он ест. Он ест. She eats. Она ест. Она ест. It eats. Оно ест. Оно ест. We eat. Мы едим. Мы едим. You eat. Вы едите. Вы едите. They eat. Они едят. Они едят. Usually the topic of food is very popular, so it's a useful verb. And let's put it all together. Я ем. Ты ешь. Он ест. Она ест. Оно ест. Мы едим. Вы едите. Они едят. And the last verb of today's lesson is to put. Класть. Класть. This is the verb of the first conjugation. However, when conjugating, it's necessary to replace the ending st to the personal ending, and before that add the letter d. I put. Я кладу. Я кладу. You put. Ты кладешь. Ты кладешь. He puts. Он кладет. Он кладет. She puts. Она кладет. Она кладет. It puts. Оно кладет. Оно кладет. We put. Мы кладем. Мы кладем. You put. Вы кладете. Вы кладете. They put. Они кладут. Они кладут. Я кладу. Ты кладешь. Он кладет. Она кладет. Оно кладет. Мы кладем. Вы кладете. Они кладут. Wonderful! Wonderful! Прекрасно! Прекрасно! We have finished conjugating our verbs. This means that now is the time for practice. And your task is to translate the phrases that you see on the screen. And when you're ready, check the correct version. Ready? Let's check it. I know. Я знаю. He understands. Он понимает. They want. Они хотят. You think. Ты думаешь. We eat. Мы едим. She gives. Она дает. I put. Я кладу. Great. And one more exercise. The task is similar. Take your time and check the answers when you are ready. Let's take a look at the answers. They know. Они знают. Y'all listen. Вы слушаете. I want. Я хочу. We buy. Мы покупаем. You eat. Ты ешь. I give. Я даю. She puts. Она кладет. And here is the overview of the verbs we studied today. To know. Знать. To understand. Понимать. To think. Думать. To listen. Слушать. To buy. Покупать. To give. Давать. To want. Хотеть. To eat. Есть. To put. Класть. That's all for today. Congratulations! For the last 3 lessons, you have done a great job learning the basic verbs that will serve you as a basis for learning Russian. Well done! I'm proud of you! Looking forward to seeing you in the next class. Bye-bye! Пока-пока! Привет! Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello! Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. In the previous lesson, we repeated the topic of noun genders. And this topic is very closely related to the topic of plural nouns. Since now you are already more familiar with the Russian language, I think it's time to study this topic. And then we will continue to review our lessons, but already using information about the plural of nouns. So, to make the plural form of a noun, you need to define two moments. The first moment, the gender of the noun. The second moment, it's necessary to determine the noun ends with a hard or soft ending. Don't worry, now we will review the theory for these steps. And let's start with the first step. To determine the gender of a noun, you need to pay attention to how this noun ends. The ending masculine nouns. Consonant, и краткая, soft sign, тель, and ар. Examples: дом, чай, день, писатель, календарь. And of course we have exceptions. The words мужчина, man, папа, dad, дядя, uncle, дедушка, grandfather, and coffee. Coffee. The words мужчина, дедушка, дядя, папа, regardless of their ending, belong to the masculine gender because they refer to male person. The word coffee, coffee, regardless of its ending "ye", belongs to the masculine gender as well. The ending of female nouns. А, я, ость, овь, щ, ш, ч, ж. Examples: женщина, семья, новость, любовь, ночь. The ending of neuter nouns. О and е. Examples: утро, море. Exceptions: время, time, and имя, name. The words время and имя, regardless of their ending я, belong to the neuter gender. Great, let's get to the second step, hard and soft endings. Nouns can end with both consonants and vowels. So let's remember about hard and soft consonants and hard and soft vowels separately. Hard and soft consonants. As you can remember, there are 18 hard consonants in Russian, among which 3 don't have a soft pair. Therefore, if the noun ends with a consonant m, b, p, v, f, d, t, z, s, n, l, r, g, k, h, ž, sh, ц, then this is the hard ending. But if we add the soft sign to the 15 consonants having the soft pair, then we will get the soft ending. It can be the ending м, б, п, в, ф, д, т, з, с, н, л, р, г, к, х. And of course, the ending is considered soft if the word ends with ch, sh, y, since these consonants are always soft. Great, now let's move on to hard and soft vowels. The hard variants of the ending of a noun in the singular: a, o, a, and o. If a noun in the singular ends with ya or ye, ya, ye, then this is a soft ending. Okay, and now we're ready to move on to the main part of today's lesson. Let's talk about formation of plural nouns. Here you can see the table, which I strongly advise you to write down so that it would be easier for you to remember the mechanism of transition from singular to plural. Let's discuss what we see. Generally, masculine and feminine nouns have the same endings in the plural. It is the ending ü, ü in the hard variant, and the ending I in the soft variant. The plural of masculine nouns in the hard variant is formed by simply adding the ending ü. For example, the word tomato, tomat, tomat. In the singular, tomаты. In the plural, tomat plus ü, tomаты, tomat, tomаты. Banana, banan, banan. In the singular, banany, banany. In the plural, banan plus ü, banany. If a masculine noun in the ending has a soft consonant, the plural is formed by changing y, or the soft sign, into the ending I. I. For example, writer, писатель, писатель, писатель. In the singular, писатель. In the plural, писатели. We changed the soft sign into I. Писатели, писатели, писатель, писатели. Museum, музей. In the singular, and in the plural, музеи, музеи, музей, музеи. Okay, let's move on. The plural of feminine nouns in the hard form is formed by changing the ending a into ü. For example, mama. In the singular, in the plural, mamy. Mama, mamy. We changed a into ü. Mama, mamy. Another example, country. Страна, страна, страны, страна, страны. And yes, unfortunately, in the plural, the stress setting has changed. And this is not uncommon in the Russian language. So every word, in every case, number, declination must be memorized separately. But don't worry about it. I believe there is no need for such perfectionism at the very beginning, especially. Everyone will understand you anyway, so don't worry about it. Okay, let's continue. In the soft variant, the plural of feminine nouns is formed by changing the ending ya, or the soft sign, into I. For example, family, семья, семья. In the plural, семьи, семьи. In the singular, семья. In the plural, семьи. We changed я into I. Семья, семьи. As you can see, here the stress has also changed. Another example, news, новость, новость. In the plural, новости, новости. In the singular, новость. In the plural, we change the soft sign into I. Новости, новость, новости. And the last block. The plural of neuter nouns is formed by changing the ending or into a in the hard variant. For example, word, слово, слово. In the plural, слова, слово, слова. It's a tricky one, right? Because in the singular, the last O is unstressed, that's why we pronounce it as a, слово. But in the plural, we change the stress. That's why the first O is unstressed and we pronounce it as a, слова, слово, слова. Another example, window, окно. In the plural, окна. Singular, окно, plural, окна. In the soft variant, the plural of neuter nouns is formed by changing the ending «е» into «я». For example, sea. The singular form is море. The plural form is моря. Море, моря. We changed the ending «е» into «я». Море, моря. Now let's practice together. First block, masculine nouns. And the first part ends with hard consonants. That's why we add the letter «ы» at the end of these words. Hour, час, часы. Cat, кот, коты. Bar, бар, бары. World, мир, миры. Student, студент, студенты. And the second part of nouns ends in soft consonants. So we will change the soft sign or «е» into «и». Vocabulary, словарь, словари. Museum, музей, музеи. Baker, пекарь, пекари. Creator, создатель, создатели. Next block, feminine nouns. The first part includes nouns with the hard ending «а». That's why we will change this ending into «ы». Car, машина, машины. Firm, фирма, фирмы. School, школа, школы. Couple, пара, пары. Dream, мечта, мечты. And the second part includes nouns with the soft variant of endings. So we change «я» or the soft sign into «и». Night, ночь, ночи. Family, семья, семьи. News, новость, новости. Week, неделя, недели. And the last block, neuter gender. In the hard variant of ending, we change «о» into «а». Word, слово, слова. Business, дело, дела. Number, число, числа. Wine, вино, вина. Window, окно, окна. And in the soft variant of ending, we change «е» into «я». Sea, море, моря. Solution, решение, решения. Message, сообщение, сообщения. Field, поле, поля. And now it's time for practice. It's your turn. Try to complete this exercise, and after a few seconds we will check it out. Of course, you can write down the words that you consider important for yourself in your dictionary, but gradually in the next lessons we will go through all the topics in detail, and these words are given as an example and practice of the past theory. So it's up to you. Ready? Let's check it. Проспект, проспекты. Журнал, журналы. Театр, театры. Правило, правила. Here the difference is noticeable and important only when writing, because when pronouncing, everything sounds the same, since in the singular, the letter O is unstressed. Therefore, it sounds like A, as well as in the plural. Вопрос, вопросы. Компания, компании. Гость, гости. Great, let's move on. And there is one more point that is definitely worth discussing. In Russian, we have such a rule. The vowel «ы» is never written after the consonants «к», «г», «х», «ж», «sh», «ch», «sh». Therefore, if a masculine or feminine noun has one of these consonants at the end, the plural is formed by adding the ending «e», even if a noun ends with the hard variant of ending in the singular. Just let's compare. On the left side, there are nouns ending in hard consonants. So in the plural, we just added the letter «ы». Театр, театры. Theater, theaters. Продукт, продукты. Product, products. Вопрос, вопросы. Question, questions. Журнал, журналы. Journal, journals. And on the right, there are words ending with the consonants listed before. And as we can see, in the plural, the letter E is added to these nouns. Врач, врачи. Doctor, doctors. Урок, уроки. Lesson, lessons. Собака, собаки. Dog, dogs. Банк, банки. Bank, banks. With this rule in mind, try to do this exercise. Take your time, press pause, and after a few seconds I will show the correct answers. Let's see what we've got. Repeat after me. Сумка, сумки. Ручка, ручки. Час, часы. Парк, парки. Книга, книги. Магазин, магазины. Коллега, коллеги. Урок, уроки. How was it? Did you succeed? If you have any difficulties, you can look at the theoretical material again. Perhaps there is a moment that you didn't take into account. And the last part of today's lesson is devoted to special cases of the formation of the plural of nouns. There are some exceptions, but for the basic communication, it's enough to know the following words. Just write down this table. Day, день. Days, дни. День, дни. Human or person, человек. People, люди. Человек, люди. Friend, друг. Friends, друзья. Друг, друзья. Brother, брат. Brothers, братья. Брат, братья. Sister, сестра. Sisters, сестры. Сестра, сестры. Child, ребенок. Children, дети. Ребенок, дети. And here you can see some words which exist only in the singular or only in the plural. Only the singular form. Water, вода. Time, время. Cookies, печенье. Clothing, одежда. Shoes, обувь. Furniture, мебель. Tableware, посуда. Вода, время, печенье, одежда, обувь, мебель, посуда. And some words which exist only in the plural. Watch, часы, glasses, очки, money, деньги, pants, брюки, jeans, джинсы, shorts, шорты, часы, очки, деньги, брюки, джинсы, шорты. Great. For now, I will just show 2 slides with the basic information of today's lesson. And here we have the table resembling the rules for the formation of plural nouns. I just want to make sure that you wrote it down because, as for me, it's impossible to remember all of these things and keep it somewhere in mind. No, it's impossible, so I advise you to write it down. And the second slide with some specific cases of plural formation. And finally, that's all for this lesson. You're good. You're good. I'm proud of you. I don't think it was easy, but we will keep pushing it. We will keep pushing it. Everything will be fine. See you in the next lesson. Пока-пока. Привет. Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello, welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. And today we will learn words related to the topic dates. But first, let's do a repetition of the previous topic. Repeat after me. Повторяй за мной. To do – делать. To do exercise – делать упражнения. To swim – плавать. To dance – танцевать. To lift up – поднимать. To play – играть. I like – мне нравится. I don't like – мне не нравится. To speak – говорить. To look, to watch – смотреть. To remember – помнить. To walk – ходить. To see – видеть. To have – иметь. To know – знать. To understand – понимать. To think – думать. To listen – слушать. To buy – покупать. To give – давать. To want – хотеть. To go – идти. To eat – есть. To put – класть. To be able to – мочь. I have – у меня есть. Okay, ready to learn new words? Let's get started. Dates in Russian is даты. Даты. Dates – даты. This is the plural form of this word. The singular form is дата. Date – дата. Dates – даты. Дата – даты. Day – день. День. Ты можешь помнить это слово. You may remember this word from our lesson on greetings, when we learned the phrase «добрый день». Добрый день. Добрый день. Good afternoon. Next word. Week. Неделя. 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 And the first day of the week is Monday. Понедельник. 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 Monday. Понедельник. Tuesday. Вторник. Вторник. Tuesday. Вторник. The letter V, being in front of the voiceless consonant T, sounds like its paired voiceless consonant F. Вторник. Not вторник, but вторник. Вторник. Wednesday. Среда. Среда. Wednesday. Среда. Next word. Thursday. Четверг. 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 The consonant g at the end of this word also sounds like its paired voiceless consonant k. Четверг. Четверг. Friday. Пятница. Пятница. Friday. Пятница. Saturday. Суббота. Суббота. Saturday. Суббота. And the last day of the week is Sunday. Воскресенье. Воскресенье. Sunday. Воскресенье. The day of the week, Sunday, воскресенье, is named after the resurrection of Jesus. Resurrection in Russian is воскрешение. So Sunday, воскресенье, is the day that Jesus was resurrected. Иисус воскрес means Jesus has resurrected. Maybe it will be easier for someone to remember this way. Sunday, воскресенье. Отлично. Great. Let's move on. Month. Месяц. Месяц. Month. Месяц. January. Январь. Январь. January. Январь. February. Февраль. Февраль. February. Февраль. March. Март. Март. March. Март. April. Апрель. Апрель. April. Апрель. May. Май. Май. May. Май. June. Июнь. Июнь. June. Июнь. July. Июль. Июль. July. Июль. August. Август. Август. August. Август. September. Сентябрь. Сентябрь. September. Сентябрь. October. Октябрь. Октябрь. October. Октябрь. November. Ноябрь. Ноябрь. November. Ноябрь. And the last one, December. Декабрь. Декабрь. December. Декабрь. And here we have the last word of today's lesson. Year. Год. Год. Year. Год. Отлично. Great. Now it's time to practice. Here you see the days of the week in the correct order, but some days of the week are missing, and your task is to fill in the blanks. Ready? Let's check it together and repeat after me. Повторяй за мной. Monday. Понедельник. Tuesday. Вторник. Wednesday. Среда. Thursday. Четверг. Friday. Пятница. Saturday. Суббота. Sunday. воскресенье. And another task similar to the previous one, but on the topic of month. Take your time to fill in the blanks, and when you are ready, check with the correct answers. Let's take a look. Repeat after me. January – январь. February – февраль. March – март. April – апрель. May – май. June – июнь. July – июль. August – август. September – сентябрь. October – октябрь. November – ноябрь. December – декабрь. Great job! And let's finish this lesson by revision. Даты. Dates. День. Day. Неделя. Week. Месяц. Month. Год. Year. Понедельник. Monday. Вторник. Tuesday. Среда. Wednesday. Четверг. Thursday. Пятница. Friday. Суббота. Saturday. Воскресенье. Sunday. Январь. January. Февраль. February. Март. March. Апрель. April. Май. May. Июнь. June. Июль. July. Август. August. Сентябрь. September. Октябрь. October. Ноябрь. November. And the last one, Декабрь. December. That's all for today. Thank you for this lesson, and see you in the next one. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Хорошего дня. Пока-пока. Здравствуй. Рада приветствовать тебя на занятии. Это курс «Русский для начинающих», и это все еще я, Мария, твой репетитор по русскому языку. Hello. I'm glad to welcome you to our class. This is the Russian for Beginners course, and it's still me, Maria, your Russian tutor. So let's start with a repetition, as usual, and then we will see how to tell the time in Russian. Повторение. Даты. Dates. День. Day. Неделя. Week. Месяц. Month. Год. Year. Понедельник. Monday. Вторник. Tuesday. Среда. Wednesday. Четверг. Thursday. Пятница. Friday. Суббота. Saturday. Воскресенье. Sunday. Январь. January. Февраль. February. Март. March. Апрель. April. Май. May. Июнь. June. Июль. July. Август. August. Сентябрь. September. Октябрь. October. Ноябрь. November. Декабрь. December. Okay, I hope you refreshed these words, and we are moving on. So let's see how to say "what time is it" in Russian. Here I have indicated two options that you can use both in formal and informal communication. The first option is to say «который сейчас час». Который сейчас час. Который сейчас час. Который. Which. Сейчас. Now. Час. Hour. Since most often we ask the time that is relevant to the present moment, the word сейчас, now, can be excluded. This is optional because everyone understands that you probably want to ask what time is it now. So the short version is который час? Который, which, час, hour. Since we don't use the verb to be in the present tense, the literal translation of the first phrase sounds like which now hour or which hour. Okay, and the second option is to say сколько сейчас времени? Сколько сейчас времени? Сколько? How much? Сейчас. Now. Времени is the genitive case of the word время, which means time. Nominative case время, genitive case времени. The word сейчас, now, is also used optionally. So the short version is сколько времени? The literal translation is how much now time? Or how much time? Итак, первый вариант, the first variant is который сейчас час? Второй вариант, the second variant is сколько сейчас времени? Great. Отлично. Now let's see how you can tell the time. First of all, in Russian you can use both, the 12-hour and the 24-hour clock systems. The easiest way to tell the time in Russian is to use the 24-hour system and sequentially name the number corresponding to the hours and the number corresponding to the minutes, since in this variant the numbers are used in the nominative case. For example, 14:30, 14:30, 14:30. Сколько сейчас времени? 14:30. This is the most versatile way, especially if you need to tell the exact time. So I strongly advise you to master the numbers in Russian in order to freely use this method in all cases. But since being in Russian-speaking countries, for example, by asking the time you can get a different option, now we'll consider other frequently used ways of telling the time, so that you understand and perhaps use it yourself. First case. When telling the time that is before the 30-minute mark, you can use the following scheme. Minutes plus hour using ordinal number in the genitive case. For example, if you want to say 5:15, 5:15, using this variant of telling the time, it will be 15 минут шестого. The important point is that in this case, since we have 5 hours and 15 minutes, then 5 hours have already passed, and now the time is moving towards 6 hours. Therefore, in hours, we indicate 6 hours. 6, 6 in the nominative case, and in the genitive case, шестого. 15, 15, minutes, минут. This is also the genitive case of the 6th, шестого. 15 минут шестого. Don't worry, on the next slides we will study ordinal and cardinal numbers, but I think that you have already understood why I said that the first option of telling the time is the easiest, especially at the initial level of learning Russian. Also note that native speakers use this method and the next method if the minute hand is at a mark that is divisible by 5. For example, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. 5 минут шестого, 10 минут шестого, 15 минут шестого, 20 минут шестого, 25 минут шестого. Okay, let's move on. When telling the time, that is after the 30-minute mark, you can use the following scheme. Без, it means without, plus minutes, cardinal number in genitive case, plus hour, cardinal number in the nominative case. For example, 20:45, 20:45. This means that we are missing 15 minutes before 9. It's almost 9, but without 15 minutes. Without. Без. 15. 15. In the nominative case. In the genitive case. 15. Без 15. 9. 9. Без 15. 9. Без 15. 9. As I said before, this option can be used if the minute hand is located beyond the 30-minute mark and at the mark that is divisible by 5. For example, 25 minutes to 9. Без 25 9. 20 minutes to 9. Без 29. 15 minutes to 9. Без 15 9. 10 minutes to 9. Без 10 9. 5 minutes to 9. Без 5 9. And the last case. If the time is at half past the hour, use this scheme. Половина. Половина. It means half. Half. Половина. Plus hour. Ordinal number in the genitive case. For example, 9:30. Половина. Половина десятого. Половина десятого. Here the logic is similar. We have 9 hours and 30 minutes. This means that 9 hours have already passed and we are moving towards 10 hours. That is, we have 30 minutes of the approaching 10 hours. Половина десятого. Also from the word половина, половина, half, comes the prefix пол. Pol. When we attach it to some words, we get a word meaning that we have half of something. So if you want to say 9:30 in a short way, you can just say полдесятого, полдесятого, instead of половина десятого, половина десятого, полдесятого. Great! That was the basic theory. Now let's learn the ordinal numbers in the nominative and genitive. Здесь ты можешь видеть таблицу. Here you can see the table. Numbers in Russian, like adjectives, are presented in dictionaries in the form for the masculine gender, and numbers are declined in the same way as adjectives. Cases of the Russian language, the declination of all parts of speech, we will go through all this later, step by step. And now we will deal with ordinal numbers and the genitive case, masculine. Since we are going to use these numbers with the word час, час, hour. This word is masculine since it ends with the consonant s, час. As you can see, the ending of the numerals in declination is replaced by ого, ого. Please write it down and try to repeat after me. First, первый, первый. Genitive case первого, первого. Second, второй, второй. Genitive case второго, второго. Third, третий, третий. Genitive case третьего, третьего. Fourth, четвертый, четвертый. Genitive case четвертого, четвертого. Fifth, пятый, пятый. Genitive case пятого, пятого. Sixth, шестой, шестой. Genitive case шестого, шестого. Seventh, седьмой, седьмой. Genitive case седьмого, седьмого. Eighth, восьмой, восьмой. Genitive case восьмого, восьмого. Ninth, девятый, девятый. Genitive case девятого, девятого. 10th, десятый, десятый. Genitive case десятого, десятого. 11th, одиннадцатый, одиннадцатый. Genitive case одиннадцатого, одиннадцатого. 12th, двенадцатый, двенадцатый. Genitive case двенадцатого, двенадцатого. So, when telling the time that is before the 30-minute mark, we use the scheme minutes plus hour ordinal number in the genitive case. For example, 18:19. It means that we have 19 minutes of the approaching 7th hour. 19 minutes, 19 минут of the 7th hour, седьмого, 19 минут седьмого. Write this table down, please, so that later you can easily cope with practical exercises. Next table is devoted to cardinal numbers. Here I have indicated only those numbers that will be used when telling the time that is after the 30-minute mark. 5, пять, пять. Genitive case пяти, пяти. 10, десять, десять. Genitive case десяти, десяти. 15, пятнадцать, пятнадцать. Genitive case пятнадцати, пятнадцати. 20, двадцать, двадцать. Genitive case двадцати, двадцати. 25, двадцать пять. Genitive case двадцати пяти, двадцати пяти. As you can see, when declining, the soft sign has been replaced by the letter E. E. Since we are declining numbers for plural number, using numbers with the word minut, minut, which means minutes. Let's try to use the scheme. Без, without, plus minutes, cardinal number in genitive case, plus hour, cardinal number in the nominative case. 15:55. Without 5 minutes of the approaching 4th hour. Без пяти четыре. Без пяти четыре. 15:50. Without 10 minutes of the approaching 4th hour. Без десяти четыре. Без десяти четыре. Without 15 minutes of the approaching 4th hour. Без пятнадцати четыре. Без пятнадцати четыре. 15:40. Without 20 minutes of the approaching 4th hour. Без двадцати четыре. Без двадцати четыре. 15:35. Without 25 minutes of the approaching 4th hour. Без двадцати пяти четыре. Без двадцати пяти четыре. Okay, let's move on. You need to remember the genitive case of the following nouns. Morning. Утро. Утро. Genitive case. Утра. Утра. Afternoon. День. День. Genitive case. Дня. Дня. Evening. Вечер. Вечер. Genitive case. Вечера. Вечера. Night. Ночь. Ночь. Genitive case. Ночи. Ночи. As an example, we have 4 pairs. 9 a.m. 9 часов утра. 9 часов утра. Or 9 утра. 9 p.m. 9 часов вечера. 9 часов вечера. Or 9 вечера. 9 часов утра. 9 часов вечера. 1 p.m. Час дня. Час дня. 1 a.m. Час ночи. Час ночи. Час дня. Час ночи. 7 p.m. 7 часов вечера. 7 часов вечера. 7 a.m. 7 часов утра. 7 часов утра. 7 часов вечера. 7 часов утра. 3 a.m. 3 часа ночи. 3 часа ночи. 3 p.m. 3 часа дня. 3 часа дня. 3 часа ночи. 3 часа дня. Okay, let's consolidate our theory. How to say it's 1 o'clock? Сейчас час. Сейчас час. Numeral 1, один. As a rule, we don't say in this case, since the word hour, час, час, is used in the singular, which means that we have 1 hour. Час. The word сейчас, сейчас, now is optional. It's 2 o'clock. Сейчас 2 часа. Сейчас 2 часа. Или 2 часа. Сколько времени? Сейчас 2 часа. It's 3 o'clock. Сейчас 3 часа. Сейчас 3 часа. Или 3 часа. It's 4 o'clock. Сейчас 4 часа. Сейчас 4 часа. It can literally be translated as now 4 hours. Сейчас 4 часа. It's 5 o'clock. Сейчас 5 часов. Сейчас 5 часов. Pay attention to the ending of. Часов. The number starting with 5, the ending will be of. So, it's 6 o'clock. Сейчас 6 часов. Сейчас 6 часов. It's 7 o'clock. Сейчас 7 часов. It's 8 o'clock. Сейчас 8 часов. And so on. It's 7:15. Сейчас 15 минут 8. Сейчас 15 минут 8. Or you just can say сейчас 7:15. It's 8:30. Сейчас половина 9. Сейчас половина 9. Или 8:30. Или 8:30. 8:30. It's 8:45. Сейчас без 15:09. Сейчас без 15:09. It's 10:20. Сейчас 20 минут 11. Сейчас 20 минут 11. Или 10:20. It's 10:55. Сейчас без 5:11. Сейчас без 5:11. Или 10:55. 10:55. Отлично. Now you can add 2 more words to your vocabulary, and after that, finally, we will move on to exercises. This lesson turns out to be very intense, but we are great. We are great, right? How are you? By the way, how is your brain? Is it working? I hope so. Okay, let's move on. Midday. Полдень. Полдень. As I said, the prefix pol means half of something. In this case, it's an analog of the prefix mid. Day. День. Midday. Полдень. Midnight. Полночь. Полночь. Night. Ночь. Midnight. полночь. And now it's your turn. Your task is to tell the time shown in the picture. Try to use several options. Let's check it. Сейчас 3 часа дня или ночи. Сейчас 3 часа дня или сейчас 3 часа ночи. Next exercise, and the task is similar. Let's check it. Первый вариант. Первый вариант. First variant. Сейчас 15 минут 8. Сейчас 15 минут 8. Второй вариант. Второй вариант. Second variant. 7:15. 7:15. Третий вариант. Третий вариант. Third variant. 19:15. 19:15. One more exercise. Let's check it. Первый вариант. Сейчас половина второго. Сейчас половина второго. Второй вариант. Час 30. Час 30. Третий вариант. 13:30. 13:30. And here the last exercise. Let's check it. Первый вариант. Сейчас без 15:05. Сейчас без 15:05. Второй вариант. Сейчас 4:45. Сейчас 4:45. Третий вариант. Сейчас 16:45. Сейчас 16:45. Отлично! Thank you for this lesson, for your time and diligence. Because this lesson wasn't only about learning the new topic, but also it was a great practice of working with numbers. So, thank you again for the lesson and see you in the next one. Bye-bye! Пока-пока! Здравствуй! Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello, welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. In this lesson, we will learn interrogative words and also consider the types of questions depending on whether the question refers to a subject, an object, or a verb. Let's get started. Questions. Вопросы. Вопросы. It's plural. Question. Вопрос. Вопрос. Since this word ends with the consonant s, it means that this is masculine, and the plural form of the masculine word ends with the ending y. Вопрос, singular. Вопросы, plural. Question, вопрос. Questions, вопросы. Простите, у меня есть вопрос. Excuse me, I have a question. Простите, у меня есть вопрос. I hope you haven't forgotten this phrase. I have in Russian is у меня есть. У меня есть вопрос. I have a question. And the first question word is what? Что? Что? This question is used for inanimate objects, as well as in the case when we ask a question about the verb. For example, what is it? What? Что? The verb to be doesn't exist in the present tense in Russian. It. Это. Что это? It can be literally translated as what it. What it. Что это? What? Что? Next question word. Who? Кто? Кто? This question word is used in relation to animate objects, that is, in relation to people and animals. For example, you came to a meeting with your friends and you see a stranger, perhaps very nice, and you want to know who he is or who she is, so you ask your friend, who is it? Кто это? Кто это? Or if you're in a zoo and you see something fluffy and beautiful, but you're not very good at zoology, so you ask, кто это? Кто это? Next question. Why? Почему? 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 For example, we have a statement, she doesn't like to dance. She, она, doesn't like, не любит, to dance, танцевать. Она не любит танцевать. And we are interested to know why. Why doesn't she like to dance? Why? Почему? She, она, doesn't like, не любит, to dance, танцевать. Почему она не любит танцевать? Why doesn't she like to dance? Or you just can use the short version. Почему? Statement. Она не любит танцевать. Question. Почему? Она не любит танцевать. Почему? As you have may noticed, the structure of the question in Russian differs from the English type, but in this lesson we will take a closer look at this a little later. Next question. Where? Где? Где? Where? Где? Where is she? Where? Где? She? Она. Where is she? Где она? Where is the car? Где машина? Where? Где? Car? Машина. Где машина? Okay, let's move on. How much or how many in Russian is сколько? Сколько? How much? How many? Сколько? This question is appropriate for use with both countable and uncountable nouns. How many apples do you want? Сколько яблок ты хочешь? Сколько? How many? Яблок. Apples. Ты хочешь? You want. Also, we use the given question word asking the time. Сколько времени? Сколько времени? Next question word. When? Когда? Когда? When? Когда? When can we start? Когда мы можем начать? Когда? When? Мы. We. Можем. Can. Начать. To start. Когда мы можем начать? Next question word. How? Как? Как? You may remember this question word from the lesson on greetings. There was a question, how are you? How are things? Как дела? Как? How? Дела? Things. Как дела? And here is the word that I have often mentioned in this lesson. It. Это. Это. It. Это. Что это? What is it? Кто это? Who is it? Отлично. Давай сделаем упражнение. Great. Let's do this exercise. Your task is to translate these question words. Try not to peek at your notes. Okay, let's check it. Who? Кто? What? Что? When? Когда? Where? Где? Why? Почему? How? Как? How many? Сколько? It? Это. The next exercise is a little bit more difficult. Your task is to choose the correct question word. Who or what? Кто или что? Кто или что? Based on the answer indicated on the right. For this, you need to pay attention to the part in which the answer is indicated and determine whether is it an animate or inanimate object. At the same time, this is an additional practice of the learned vocabulary. When you are ready, check the correct answers. Let's take a look. Кто это? Это кошка. Who is it? This is a cat. Кошка is an animated noun. Что это? Это книга. What is it? This is a book. Book. Книга. Inanimated noun. Что это? Это стол. What is it? This is a table. Table. Стол. Inanimated noun. Кто это? Это девочка. Who is it? It is a girl. Girl. Девочка. Animated noun. Кто это? Это собака. Who is it? It is a dog. Dog. Собака. Animated noun. Кто это? Это Иван и Николай. Who is it? This is Ivan и Николай. Ivan и Николай are probably people, living people, so we use the question word кто. Кто это? Это Иван и Николай. Что это? Это сумка. What is it? This is a bag. Bag. Сумка. Inanimated noun. Что это? Это яблоко. What is it? It is an apple. Apple. Яблоко. Inanimate noun. Okay, great. Now let's talk about special questions. And the first part is devoted to questions about the subject. In Russian, the subject answers to the question кто, кто, who for animate nouns, или, or, что, what for inanimate nouns. So, if we take the original sentence and change the subject into the interrogative word кто or что, we get the special question about the subject. The second important point in the question sentences is that after кто and что, the verb always has the personal form of the third person in the singular, so it has the ending yet. Yet. For example, we have the starting sentence Джон читает книгу. John читает книгу. John is reading a book. Our subject is John, so we change the subject John into the interrogative word кто. The verb to read, читать, its infinitive form, in the personal form of the third person in the singular has the ending yet. Читать, читает. Кто читает книгу? Starting sentence. John читает книгу. Question sentence. Кто читает книгу? Next example. Мы понимаем русский язык. Мы понимаем русский язык. We understand Russian. First step. We have the subject мы, we, and we change this subject into the interrogative word кто. Second step. We take our verb and form the third person singular. The verb to understand. Понимать. Мы понимаем. The third person in the plural. Он, она, оно понимает. Понимает. The ending yet. Let's connect the first and second step. Кто понимает русский язык? Кто понимает русский язык? Мы понимаем русский язык. Next example. Анастасия и Мила играют в волейбол. Анастасия и Мила играют в волейбол. Anastasia and Mila play volleyball. Or Anastasia and Mila are playing volleyball. We have two subjects, Anastasia и Mila. We change our subjects into the interrogative word кто. Then we change the form of our verb to the third person singular. The verb to play, играть, infinitive form, third person singular, играет. Кто играет в волейбол? Кто играет в волейбол? Who plays volleyball? Кто играет в волейбол? Анастасия и Мила играют в волейбол. Next example. Музыка играет. Музыка играет. Music plays. We have the inanimate subject музыка, music, so we change it into the interrogative word что. Что. Our verb to play, играть, играть, in the original sentence is already in the third person singular, играет. So we leave it unchanged in the interrogative sentence. Музыка играет. Что играет? Музыка играет. What is playing? Music is playing. And the last example. Компьютеры работают. Компьютеры работают. Computers are working. We have the inanimate subjects компьютеры, компьютеры, and we change it into the interrogative word что, что. Also, we change the form of the verb to the third person singular by adding the ending yet. To work, работать, third person plural, работают, third person singular, работает. Что работает? Что работает? Компьютеры работают. Nice! I hope you understand this information. And let's move on to the second part of the special questions dedicated to the question about the verb. Like in English, the question about the verb begins with что. Что. What? Then the subject and the verb делать, делать, to do, follow in the corresponding personal form. Что, the subject, the verb делать in the corresponding personal form. For example, starting sentence. Я читаю. Я читаю. I'm reading. Question about the verb. Что я делаю? Что, what. Я, I, делаю. The verb делать, to do, in the first person singular. Also, you can notice that the ending matches the ending of the verb in the starting sentence. Читаю, делаю. Я читаю. Что я делаю? Я читаю. Also, pay attention that as there is not a fixed word order in Russian, in the question the subject can be in front of or after the verb. For example, что я делаю? Or что делаю я? It's the same. Okay, let's take a look at the next example. Starting sentence. Ты читаешь. Ты читаешь. You're reading. So, to ask a question about the verb, we put the interrogative word what, что, at the beginning of the sentence. And then we change the original verb to the verb to do, делать, keeping the ending of the original verb. Читаешь, делаешь. Что ты делаешь? Ты читаешь. Next example. Он читает, она читает или оно читает. Что он делает? Что она делает? Что оно делает? Он читает, она читает, оно читает. Мы читаем. Мы читаем. We are reading. What are we doing? Что мы делаем? Что мы делаем? Читаем, делаем. Что мы делаем? Мы читаем. Вы читаете. Вы читаете. Читаете, делаете. Что вы делаете? Вы читаете. What are you doing? You're reading. Они читают. Они читают. Читают, делают. Что они делают? Они читают. What are they doing? They are reading. And the last part devoted to the special question about the object. The direct object is what the action is directed to. For example, in the sentence Джон читает книгу. Джон читает книгу. John is reading a book. The word книгу, книгу, a book, is a directed object. And like in English, in Russian the direct inanimate object answers to the question что? Что? What? To compose a special question to an object, you just need to remove this object from the original sentence and put the interrogative word что in the front of the sentence, and also change the intonation. For example, я читаю книгу. Я читаю книгу. Что я читаю? Я читаю книгу. Ты читаешь книгу. Ты читаешь книгу. Что ты читаешь? Ты читаешь книгу. Он читает книгу, она читает книгу, оно читает книгу. Что он читает? Он читает книгу. Мы читаем книгу. Что мы читаем? Мы читаем книгу. Вы читаете книгу. Что вы читаете? Вы читаете книгу. Они читают книгу. Что они читают? Они читают книгу. Nice! I hope you have written down and understood the theory regarding the 3 types of questions, and now you are ready to complete the following exercise. Your task is to translate these sentences, and in a few seconds I will show the correct answers. But don't rush, press pause. Okay, let's check it. Repeat after me. Who is this? Кто это? Кто это? What is it? Что это? Что это? What do you think? Что ты думаешь? Что ты думаешь? What is she reading? Что она читает? Что она читает? Who is reading the book? Кто читает книгу? Кто читает книгу? What are we doing? Что мы делаем? Что мы делаем? What are they doing? Что они делают? Что они делают? This was the last exercise for today, so we only have to repeat the question words. Повторение. Revision. Повторяй за мной. Repeat after me. Questions. Вопросы. Вопросы. What? Что? Что? Who? Кто? Кто? Why? Почему? Почему? Where? Где? Где? How much? How many? Сколько? Сколько? When? Когда? Когда? How? Как? Как? It? Это? Это? Congratulations on another completed Russian lesson. Thank you for your time and and being a part of this course. For being with me. See you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Пока-пока. Здравствуй, дорогой друг. Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello, dear friend. Welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. And today we have in our program the study of vocabulary on the topic of family and object forms of personal pronouns. But first, let's review the question words learned in the previous lesson. Повторение. Повторяй за мной. Repeat after me. Questions. Вопросы. What? Что? Who? Кто? Why? Почему? Where? Где? How much? How many? Сколько? When? Когда? How? Как? It? Это? Прекрасно. Wonderful. And here is the first word of today's lesson. Family. Семья. Семья. Family. Семья. Next word. Parents. Родители. 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 Parents. Родители. Mother. Mother in Russian is mama. 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 Mother. Mama. Father. Papa. 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 Father. Papa. Son. Сын. Сын. Son. Сын. Next word. Daughter. Дочь. Дочь. Daughter. Дочь. Next word. Relatives. Relatives in Russian is родственники. Или родня. Родственники. 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 Или родня. 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 Relatives. Родственники. Или or родня. Brother. Брат. 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 Brother. Брат. Sister. Сестра. 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 Sister. Сестра. And in the Russian language, there are no analogues of the word siblings. So let's move on to our dear grandparents. Grandfather. Дедушка. 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 What a cute word. Grandfather. Дедушка. Grandmother. Бабушка. 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 Grandmother. Бабушка. Great-grandfather. Прадедушка. 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 Great-grandfather. Прадедушка. The prefix pra is used in the formation of adjectives and nouns and means originality, the greatest antiquity, or an ascending or descending line along the direct degrees of kinship. Great-grandfather, прадедушка. Great-grandmother, прабабушка. 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 Great-grandmother, прабабушка. In Russian, there is also no analog of the word grandparents. Grandson. Внук. Внук. Grandson. Внук. Granddaughter. Внучка. Внучка. Granddaughter. Внучка. Great-grandson. Правнук. 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 Great-grandson. Правнук. Great-granddaughter. Правнучка. 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 Great-granddaughter. Правнучка. Next word. Spouse. Супруг. Супруга. Супруг. For masculine. Супруга. for feminine. Супруг. Супруг. Since it ends with the consonant g, this tells us that this word is masculine and refers to a man. Супруга. Супруга. Since this word ends with the vowel a, this tells us that this word is feminine and refers to a woman. Next word. Husband. Муж. Муж. Husband. Муж. Wife. Жена. Жена. Wife. Жена. Groom. Жених. Жених. Groom. Жених. Bride. Невеста. 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 Bride. Невеста. Uncle. Дядя. Дядя. Uncle. Дядя. This word is funny. Aunt. Тетя. 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 Aunt. Тетя. Next word. Cousin. Кузен или кузина. Cousin for masculine. Кузина for feminine. Кузен. Кузен. Кузина. Кузина. Cousin. Кузен или кузина. Nephew. Племянник. 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 Nephew. Племянник. Niece. Племянница. 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 Niece. Племянница. On this word, we end the study of the vocabulary on the topic of family, which means that we are ready to move on to the study of object forms of personal pronouns. As in English, in Russian the personal pronouns also have object forms. The object form of personal pronouns is used in sentences like her name is, I know him, I love them, or I understand you. So let's take a look at the table. I, me. Я, меня. Меня. For example, меня зовут Мария. My name is Maria. Or they call me Maria. Я, меня. You, you. Ты, тебя. Тебя. For example, я понимаю тебя. Я понимаю тебя. I understand you. He, him. Он, его. Его. For example, я понимаю его. Я понимаю его. I understand him. She, her. Она, ее. Ее. For example, я понимаю ее. Я понимаю ее. I understand her. We, us. Мы, нас. Нас. Я понимаю нас. Я понимаю нас. I understand us. You, you, for plural. Вы, вас. Вас. Я понимаю вас. Я понимаю вас. I understand you. They, them. Они, их. Их. Я понимаю их. Я понимаю их. I understand them. Let's summarize. Repeat after me. Me. меня, меня, you, тебя, тебя, him, его, его, her, ее, ее, us, нас, нас, you for plural, вас, вас, them, их, их. Write down this table so that you can complete the next exercise and, of course, use it in the future. Your task is to fill in the blanks with the correct form of the words in the brackets. Pronouns я, он, вы, она, они, мы, ты are indicated in the subject form, and your task is to write their object form. And when you're ready, check the correct answers. Ready? Let's check it. Ты слушаешь меня? Меня. Do you listen to me? Брат знает его? Его. Does brother know him? Простите, я не слышу вас. Вас. Sorry, I don't hear you. Мама знает ее. Ее. Mother knows her. Папа понимает их. Их. Father understands them. Родители любят нас. Нас. Parents love us. Сестра слушает тебя. Тебя. Sister is listening to you. Чудно. Great. And we have one more exercise. Tell about your family. You can use this structure as an example. I have a mother. Her name is Tram-pam-pam. I love her. I have a Tram-pam-pam. His name is Tram-pam-pam. I Tram-pam-pam him. He likes to Tram-pam-pam. Take your time. Try to use as many words that you know as possible. Mention as many family members as possible. Use the verbs, nouns, and object pronouns that you know today. Okay, let's see my version. У меня есть мама. I have a mother. Ее зовут Оксана. Her name is Oksana. Я люблю ее. I love her. У меня есть папа. I have a father. Его зовут Сергей. His name is Сергей. Я обожаю его. I adore him. Он любит играть в настольный теннис. He likes to play table tennis. У меня есть сестра. I have a sister. Ее зовут Валерия. Her name is Valeria. Я понимаю ее. I understand her. Она любит танцевать. She likes to dance. In my example, I use the construction I have. У меня есть. Also, I used the object forms of pronouns ее, ее, его, его, ее, ее. Also, I highlighted in bold two verbs that are new to you. Я люблю ее. I love her. To love. Любить. Любить. It ends with it, so it's the second conjugation verb. First person singular. Люблю. Я люблю. Я люблю ее. I love her. And the second verb is to adore. Обожать. Обожать. It ends with ать, so it's the first conjugation verb. First person singular. Я обожаю. Я обожаю. Я обожаю его. I adore him. And table tennis in Russian is настольный теннис. Настольный теннис. As you may remember, table in Russian is стол. Стол. Table tennis. Настольный теннис. This was the last exercise for this lesson. Let's do a quick review. Повторение. Повторяй за мной. Family. Семья. Parents. Родители. Mother. Мама. father, папа, son, сын, daughter, дочь, relatives, родственники или родня, brother, брат, sister, сестра, grandfather, дедушка, grandmother, бабушка, great-grandfather, прадедушка, great-grandmother, прабабушка, grandson, внук, granddaughter, внучка, great-grandson, правнук, great-granddaughter, правнучка, spouse, супруг, супруга, husband, муж, wife, жена, groom, жених, bride, невеста, uncle, дядя, aunt, тетя, cousin, кузин или кузина, nephew, племянник, niece, племянница. Замечательно. Great. And here's the table reminding you of the object forms of the personal pronouns. Me, меня, you, тебя, him, его, her, ее, us, нас, you, plural, вас, them, их. And that's all for today. Thank you for this lesson. I'm very glad that now you know such important words in Russian and you can describe your family members. Have a nice day, and I wish you all the best for you and your family. Пока-пока. Здравствуй. Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello, welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. In this lesson, we will talk about how to express your emotions in Russian and also consider the dative case of personal pronouns. But first, let's review the vocabulary learned in the previous lesson. Повторение. Повторяй за мной. Family. Семья. Parents. Родители. Mother. Мама. Father. Папа. Son. Сын. Daughter. Дочь. Relatives. Родственники. Или родня. Brother. Брат. Sister. Сестра. Grandfather. Дедушка. Grandmother. Бабушка. Great-grandfather. Прадедушка. Great-grandmother. Прабабушка. Grandson. Внук. Granddaughter. Внучка. Great-grandson. Правнук. Great-granddaughter. Правнучка. Spouse. Супруг. Супруга. Husband. Муж. Wife. Жена. Groom. Жених. Bride. Невеста. Uncle. Дядя. Aunt. Тетя. Cousin. Кузин. Или кузина. Nephew. Племянник. Niece. Племянница. Отлично. Also, let's repeat the object form of personal pronouns. Me. Меня. You. Тебя. Him. Его. Her. Ее. Us. Нас. You, plural. Вас. Them. Их. Меня. Тебя. его, ее, нас, вас, их. Great. Отлично. Let's move on. And as I said, the topic of today's lesson is emotions. Emotions in Russian is эмоции. 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 Emotions. Эмоции. In the Russian language, there are several constructions that allow you to express your emotions. The type depends on the emotion that you're experiencing. So I divided emotions into 4 groups. And from this slide begins the first group of emotions, the expression of which we form following the scheme, the subjective form of the personal pronoun plus the short form of the adjective. For example, happy in Russian is счастливый. Счастливый. Please note that the combination of the letter s, and ch at the beginning of this word sounds like sh. Not счастливый, but счастливый. Счастливый. This is an adjective. And if you want to say I'm happy in Russian, as I said earlier, you need to use the subjective form of the personal pronoun and the short form of the adjective. The full version of this adjective is счастливый. The short version is счастлив. The ending of short adjectives varies according to person, gender, and number. There is no ending for masculine gender. For feminine, we have the ending a, and for the plural, we have the ending y. Okay, let's see how to say I'm happy in Russian. Я счастлив. Я счастлив if you are a boy. And я счастлива. Я счастлива if you are a girl. I'm happy. Я счастлив или я счастлива. If you want to say you are happy and at the same time you speak to a man, use the following phrase. Ты счастлив. Ты счастлив. If you are talking to a woman, ты счастлива. Ты счастлива. You are happy. Ты счастлив. Или ты счастлива. And it makes sense that if you want to say he's happy, you will use this phrase. Он счастлив. Он счастлив. She's happy. Она счастлива. The ending а. Она счастлива. He's happy. Он счастлив. She's happy. Она счастлива. And for the all plurals, the short adjective will have the ending «ы». We are happy. Мы счастливы. Мы счастливы. You are happy, plural. Вы счастливы. Вы счастливы. They are happy. Они счастливы. Они счастливы. Okay, and the next emotion that is formed in the similar way is to be in love. We have the adjective влюбленный. 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 In love. The short version is влюблен. And the short version corresponds to the masculine form. So if you're a boy and you're in love, you will say я влюблен. Я влюблен. Я влюблен. If you're a girl and you want to say I'm in love, you just need to add the ending a to the short version. Я влюблена. Я влюблена. You are in love. Ты влюблен. Ты влюблен. For the masculine. Ты влюблена. Ты влюблена. Ты влюблена. For the feminine. He is in love. Он влюблен. Он влюблен. She is in love. Она влюблена. Она влюблена. And we have the ending «ы» for the plural. We are in love. Мы влюблены. Мы влюблены. You are in love. Вы влюблены. Вы влюблены. They are in love. Они влюблены. Они влюблены. Okay, next emotion. Embarrassed in Russian is смущенный. 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 This is an adjective. Here the logic is similar. I'm embarrassed. Я смущен. Я смущен. Или я смущена. Я смущена. You are embarrassed. Ты смущен. Ты смущен. Или ты смущена. Ты смущена. He is embarrassed. Он смущен. Он смущен. She is embarrassed. Она смущена. Она смущена. We are embarrassed. Мы смущены. Мы смущены. You are embarrassed. Вы смущены. Вы смущены. They are embarrassed. Они смущены. Они смущены. Please note that the letter yo is perceived only in the full version of the adjective as well as in the masculine gender. In other cases, it changed to the letter е. Е. Он смущен. Она смущена. Е. Okay, next emotion in this group. Surprised. Удивленный. 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 Here the logic is similar. Moreover, the letter yo is also perceived only in the full form of the adjective and in the masculine forms. I'm surprised. Я удивлен. Я удивлен. Или я удивлена. Я удивлена. You are surprised. Ты удивлен. Ты удивлен. Или ты удивлена. Ты удивлена. He is surprised. Он удивлен. Он удивлен. She is surprised. Она удивлена. Она удивлена. We are surprised. Мы удивлены. Мы удивлены. You are surprised. Вы удивлены. Вы удивлены. They are surprised. Они удивлены. Они удивлены. Okay, next word in this group. Напуганный. 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 Scared, frightened. I'm scared. Я напуган. Я напуган. Или я напугана. Я напугана. You are scared. Ты напуган. Ты напуган. Или ты напугана. He is scared. Он напуган. Он напуган. She is scared. Она напугана. Она напугана. We are scared. Мы напуганы. You are scared, plural. Вы напуганы. They are scared. Они напуганы. Next emotion. Расстроенный. 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 Frustrated. I'm frustrated. Я расстроен. Я расстроен. Или я расстроена. You are frustrated. Ты расстроен. Ты расстроен. Или ты расстроена. Ты расстроена. He is frustrated. Он расстроен. Он расстроен. She is frustrated. Она расстроена. Она расстроена. We are frustrated. Мы расстроены. Мы расстроены. You are frustrated. Вы расстроены. Вы расстроены. They are frustrated. Они расстроены. Они расстроены. And the last word in this group, in which emotions are expressed according to the scheme, the subjective form of the pronoun plus the short form of the adjective. Злой. 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 Angry. I'm angry. Я зол. Я зол. Или я зла. Я зла. You're angry. Ты зол. Ты зол. Или ты зла. Ты зла. He's angry. Он зол. Он зол. Или она зла. Она зла. We are angry. Мы злы. Мы злы. You're angry. Вы злы. Вы злы. They're angry. Они злы. Они злы. Отлично. Great. And we are moving on to the second group of emotions, the expression of which is formulated according to the following scheme. The dative form of the personal pronoun plus the word of the category of state. And first of all, let's study the dative case of personal pronouns. In general, the Russian dative case is used to represent the indirect object. This is the person or thing that receives the main object. And the dative generally corresponds to the English word to. The dative case of personal pronouns is used in the phrases like I like, he likes, she likes, and so on. I like. Мне нравится. You may remember this phrase. It can literally be translated as to me it's likable. To me. Мне. Мне нравится. I like. He likes. Ему нравится. Ему нравится. To him it's likable. To him. Ему. And of course, the dative case of personal pronouns is used to express emotions and states. That's why we are talking about it right now, right? So let's see how to say, for example, I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored, it means that to me it's boring. To me, мне. Мне. Boring, скучный. Скучный. It's an adjective. Скучно. Скучно. This is the word of the category of state. To me it's boring. Мне скучно. I'm bored. Мне скучно. Okay, let's move on. To you. Тебе. Тебе. To you it's boring. Тебе скучно. Тебе скучно. You are bored. Тебе скучно. To him. Ему. Ему. To him it's boring. Ему скучно. Ему скучно. He's bored. Ему скучно. To her. Ей. Ей. To her it's boring. Ей скучно. She's bored. Ей скучно. To us. Нам. Нам. To us it's boring. We are bored. Нам скучно. To you, plural or formal, вам. Вам. To you it's boring. You're bored. Вам скучно. Вам скучно. To them. Им. Им. To them it's boring. They are bored. Им скучно. Им скучно. Let's summarize. To me. Мне. To you. Тебе. To him. Ему. To her. Ей. To us. Нам. To you. Вам. To them. Им. And the good news is that the form of the state category word is unchanged. Okay, now let's see when expressing what emotions this scheme will be used. We will not dwell on this word for long. I'm bored. Мне скучно. You're bored. Тебе скучно. He is bored. Ему скучно. She is bored. Ей скучно. We are bored. Нам скучно. You're bored. Вам скучно. They are bored. Им скучно. Next emotion. Грустный. Грустный. Sad. Грустный. This is an adjective. And the word of the category of state is грустно. Грустно. Грустный. Грустно. I feel sad. Мне грустно. Мне грустно. You feel sad. Тебе грустно. Тебе грустно. He feels sad. Ему грустно. Ему грустно. She feels sad. Ей грустно. Ей грустно. We feel sad. Нам грустно. Нам грустно. You feel sad, plural. Вам грустно. Вам грустно. They feel sad. Им грустно. Им грустно. Next emotion. Тревожный. Тревожный. Anxious. I feel anxious. Мне тревожно. Мне тревожно. You feel anxious. Тебе тревожно. Тебе тревожно. He feels anxious. Ему тревожно. Ему тревожно. She feels anxious. Ей тревожно. Ей тревожно. We feel anxious. Нам тревожно. Нам тревожно. You feel anxious. Вам тревожно. Вам тревожно. They feel anxious. Им тревожно. Им тревожно. Next emotion. Комфортный. Комфортный. Comfortable. I'm comfortable. Мне комфортно. You are comfortable. Тебе комфортно. He's comfortable. Ему комфортно. She's comfortable. Ей комфортно. We are comfortable. Нам комфортно. You are comfortable. Вам комфортно. They are comfortable. Им комфортно. Also here I wanted to remind you that in order to add negation in Russian, you just need to add a partis не before the word you want to negate. I am uncomfortable. Мне некомфортно. Мне некомфортно. Тебе некомфортно. Ему некомфортно. Ей некомфортно. Нам некомфортно. Вам некомфортно. Им некомфортно. Okay, the next group of emotions is associated with verbs. Respectively, to express emotion, we will use the following scheme. Personal pronoun plus verb in the form corresponding to this pronoun. For example, уставать. 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 Get tired. The peculiarity of this case is that in order to say I'm tired, the verb уставать is used in the past tense, even when it comes to the present tense. The logic is as follows. You are tired because you did something difficult before, so now you are tired. We will study the past tense in the next part of this course, but it makes sense to learn this phrase now. In the past tense, the verbs have the ending l, la, or li. Let's try. I'm tired. Я устал. Или я устала. You are tired. Ты устал. Или ты устала. He is tired. Он устал. Он устал. She is tired. Она устала. Она устала. We are tired. Мы устали. You are tired, plural. Вы устали. They are tired. Они устали. Next emotion. Нервничать. Get nervous. Нервничать. Нервничать. This is the first conjugation verb. I'm nervous. Personal pronoun plus the verb in the form corresponding to the personal pronoun. Я нервничаю. Я нервничаю. Ты нервничаешь. Ты нервничаешь. Он нервничает. Он нервничает. Она нервничает. Она нервничает. Мы нервничаем. Мы нервничаем. Вы нервничаете. Вы нервничаете. Они нервничают. Они нервничают. Next emotion. Беспокоиться. Беспокоиться. To worry. Беспокоиться. The ending тся, тся is read like ца. Not like беспокоиться, but беспокоиться. The ending тся indicates that it's a reflexive verb. However, the preceding it, ится, indicates that this is the second conjugation verb. So we will conjugate it as a second conjugation verb and add с or ся. I'm worried. Я беспокоюсь. Я беспокоюсь. Ты беспокоишься. Ты беспокоишься. Он беспокоится. Он беспокоится. Она беспокоится. Она беспокоится. Мы беспокоимся. Мы беспокоимся. Вы беспокоитесь. Вы беспокоитесь. Они беспокоятся. Они беспокоятся. Next emotion. Стесняться. Стесняться. To hesitate. We use it in the meaning I hesitate or I'm shy. The verb стесняться is also a reflexive verb, but it's the first conjugation. I'm shy in Russian. Я стесняюсь. Я стесняюсь. You're shy. Ты стесняешься. Ты стесняешься. Он стесняется. Он стесняется. Она стесняется. Она стесняется. Мы стесняемся. Мы стесняемся. Вы стесняетесь. Вы стесняетесь. Они стесняются. Они стесняются. And the last group of emotions, the expression of which is formed according to the following scheme. Personal pronoun, preposition в, which means in, plus the name of the state. So the phrase I'm confused is closer to the meaning I'm in confusion. But since we don't use the verb to be in the present tense, it sounds like I in confusion. I. Я. In. В. Confusion. Замешательстве. Я в замешательстве. 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 You're confused. Ты в замешательстве. He is confused. Он в замешательстве. She is confused. Она в замешательстве. Мы в замешательстве. Вы в замешательстве. Они в замешательстве. And the last emotion in this lesson. В восторге. В восторге. В восторге. Excited. I'm excited. Я в восторге. Я в восторге. Ты в восторге. Ты в восторге. Он в восторге. Она в восторге. Мы в восторге. Вы в восторге. Они в восторге. Отлично. Great. Time for practice. Try to translate these phrases into Russian. Ready? Let's check it. I'm tired. Я устал. Или я устала. I feel anxious. Мне тревожно. I worry. Я беспокоюсь. You feel sad. Тебе грустно. We are happy. Мы счастливы. They are angry. Они злы. She's bored. Ей скучно. And finally, let's repeat everything that we have learned today using emotions in the context of our own state, since most often we describe our personal emotions. Повторение. I'm happy. Я счастлив. Или я счастлива. I'm in love. Я влюблен. Или я влюблена. I'm embarrassed. Я смущен. Или я смущена. I'm surprised. Я удивлен. Или я удивлена. I'm scared. Я напуган. Или я напугана. I'm frustrated. Я расстроен. Или я расстроена. I'm angry. Я зол. Или я зла. I'm bored. Мне скучно. I feel sad. Мне грустно. I feel anxious. Мне тревожно. I'm comfortable. Мне комфортно. I'm tired. Я устал. Или я устала. I'm nervous. Я нервничаю. I'm worried. Я беспокоюсь. I'm shy. Я стесняюсь. I'm confused. Я в замешательстве. I'm excited. Я в восторге. Great job! I'm proud of you if you were able to watch this lesson to the end and absorb new knowledge, because there are really a lot of nuances inherent in the Russian language in this topic. But I hope that you're not scared. Ты не напуган. Ты не напуган. Ты не напуган. You're not scared, but rather happy. Но ты счастлив. You're happy. Ты счастлив to learn new things. А я счастлива помогать тебе. And I'm happy to help you. So see you at the next lesson. Bye-bye. Пока-пока. Привет. Рада приветствовать тебя на уроке, посвященному частям тела и императивам. Hello. Glad to welcome you to a lesson on body parts and imperatives. But before we start a new topic, let's repeat the previous one. Повторение. I'm happy. Я счастлив. Или я счастлива. I'm in love. Я влюблен. Или я влюблена. I'm embarrassed. Я смущен. Или я смущена. I'm surprised. Я удивлен. Или я удивлена. I'm scared. Я напуган. Или я напугана. I'm frustrated. Я расстроен. Или я расстроена. I'm angry. Я зол. Или я зла. I'm bored. Мне скучно. I feel sad. Мне грустно. I feel anxious. Мне тревожно. I'm comfortable. Мне комфортно. I'm tired. Я устал. Или я устала. I'm nervous. Я нервничаю. I'm worried. Я беспокоюсь. I'm shy. Я стесняюсь. I'm confused. Я в замешательстве. I'm excited. Я в восторге. Отлично. Now we are ready to learn new vocabulary. And our first word is body. Тело. Тело. Body. Тело. Next word. Head. Голова. 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 Head. Голова. Face. Лицо. 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 Face. Лицо. Eyes. Глаза. 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 Eyes. Глаза. Brows. Брови. 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 Brows. Брови. Nose. Нос. Нос. Nose. Нос. Next word. Cheeks. Щеки. 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 Cheeks. Щеки. Lips. Губы. 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 Lips. Губы. Mouth. Рот. Рот. Mouth. Рот. Teeth. Зубы. 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 Teeth. Зубы. Ears. Уши. 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 Ears. Уши. Hair. Волосы. 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 Hair. Волосы. Chest. Грудь. 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 Chest. Грудь. Back. Спина. 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 Back. Спина. Stomach. Живот. 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 Stomach. Живот. Arms. Hands. Руки. 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 The fact is that in the Russian language there is a special word denoting hands, but we rarely use it and use the word руки, руки, for that part of the body that starts from the shoulder and ends with the fingers. Arms, hands, руки. Okay, next word. Shoulder. Плечо. 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 Shoulder. Плечо. Elbow. Локоть. 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 Elbow. Локоть. Wrist. Запястье. 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 Wrist. Запястье. And here is the word that means hands. Hands. However, it's used quite rarely. Кисти. 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 Hands. Кисти. Next word. Fingers. Пальцы. 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 Fingers. Пальцы. Hip. Бедро. 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 Hip. Бедро. Next word. Here the case is the same as with the hands. Most often, when it comes to the part of the body that starts from the hip and ends with the toes, we call it collectively ноги. Ноги. So if after a long walk in uncomfortable shoes, your feet hurt, then you can say мои ноги болят. It's like my legs hurt. мои ноги, my legs, using the word ноги. Okay, next word. Knee, колено. 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 Knee, колено. Ankle, лодыжка. 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 Ankle, лодыжка. Please note that the letter J in front of the voiceless consonant k sounds like its paired consonant sh. Лодыжка. Лодыжка. Not лодыжка, but лодыжка. Лодыжка. Softly. If you still want to specify those parts of the legs that start from the ankle and ends with the toes, you can use the following word. Стопы. Стопы. Feet. Стопы. In Russian, there is no special word for toes as in English, so the analog of the word toes in Russian is a combination of two words. Пальцы, пальцы, fingers, ног, of legs. Пальцы ног. Toes, пальцы ног. To complete the exercise that will be in this lesson, we need this verb of the first conjugation. To touch. Трогать. 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 I touch. Я трогаю. You touch. Ты трогаешь. He touches. Он трогает. She touches. Она трогает. It touches. Оно трогает. We touch. Мы трогаем. You touch, plural. Вы трогаете. They touch. Они трогают. Great! We remembered the conjugation of the first type of verbs, and the final point of the theory of this lesson is imperatives. Императивы. 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 To build an imperative for verbs which stem ends in a consonant, we take the third-person plural form, drop the verb's ending, and add e for the singular or informal form, or we add ite for the plural or formal form. For example, the verb to look, to watch, смотреть. Смотреть. The third-person plural form is смотрит. Смотрит. We take the ending it, we drop it, and change it into the ending e for the singular, смотри, смотри, or we change it into the ending ите for the plural, смотрите, смотрите. Смотри for the singular, смотрите for the plural. To form a negative imperative, you just need to add a partis не before your verb. Look, смотри. Don't look, не смотри. And for the plural or formal form, look, смотрите. Don't look, не смотрите. Another example, the verb to speak, говорить. Говорить. Its stem ends with the consonant r. The third-person plural form is говорит, говорит. We drop the ending it, and change it into и or ите. Говори. Speak. Говори. Don't speak. Не говори. And for the plural, speak. Говорите. Or don't speak. Не говорите. Great. Now let's take a look at the second case. To build imperative for verbs which stem ends in a vowel, take the third-person plural form, drop the verb's ending, and add je for the singular or informal form, or add Идти for the plural or formal form. For example, the verb to listen. Слушать. Слушать. Its stem ends with the vowel a. The third person plural form is слушает. Слушает. So we drop the ending yet, and change it into y for the singular. Слушай. Listen. Слушай. Don't listen. Не слушай. Or we change it into идти for the plural. Listen. Слушайте. Or don't listen. Не слушайте. And the last example with the verb to touch. Трогать. Трогать. The third person plural. Трогает. The imperative form for the singular. Трогай. Touch. Трогай. Don't touch. Не трогай. And for the plural. Touch. Трогайте. Don't touch. Не трогайте. Excellent. Превосходно. Превосходно. And it's exercise time. First of all, your task is to read these sentences and then translate them into English. When you're ready, check the correct answers. Ready? Let's check it. Possessive pronouns in your variants may be absent. Не трогай волосы. Don't touch your hair. Они трогают колени. They touch their knees. Не трогай руки. Don't touch your hands. Не трогай уши. Don't touch your ears. Вы трогаете пальцы. You touch your fingers. Не трогай стопы. Don't touch your feet. Я трогаю нос. I touch my nose. Не трогай глаза. Don't touch your eyes. Она не трогает губы. She doesn't touch her lips. Не трогай рот. Don't touch your mouth. Nice. Прекрасно. Прекрасно. Great. Let's repeat what we learned today. Повторяй за мной. By the way, повторяй. It's imperative form. Повторять. To repeat. Повторяй. It is the imperative form. Okay. Body. Тело. Head. Голова. Face. Лицо. Eyes. Глаза. Brows. Брови. Nose. Нос. Cheeks. Щеки. Lips. Губы. Mouth. Рот. Teeth. Зубы. Ears. Уши. Hair. Волосы. Chest. Грудь. Back. Спина. Stomach. Живот. Arms. Hands. Руки. Shoulder. Плечо. Elbow. Локоть. Wrist. Запястье. Hands. Кисти. Fingers. Пальцы. Hip. Бедро. Legs. Feet. Ноги. Knee. Колено. Ankle. Лодыжка. Feet. Стопы. Toes. Пальцы ног. To touch. Трогать. Congratulations! You have another completed Russian lesson behind you. Behind your back. За твоей спиной. Спина? Спиной. Behind your back. За твоей спиной. I hope you are already seeing progress. So keep it up and you will succeed. See you at the next lesson. Bye-bye. Пока-пока. Привет! Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Тема этого урока – физические характеристики. The topic of this lesson is physical characteristics. But first, let's review the vocabulary from the previous lesson. Repeat after me, because the more times you say these words, the better you remember them. After all, language learning is directly related to the movement of our tongue and our articulation in general. We can say that articulation also has a memory, muscle memory. So, повторяй за мной. Body – тело. Head – голова. Face – лицо. Eyes – глаза. Brows – брови. Nose – нос. Cheeks – щеки. Lips – губы. Mouth – рот. Teeth – зубы. Ears – уши. Hair – волосы. Chest – грудь. Back – спина. Stomach – живот. Arms – hands. Руки. Shoulder – плечо. Elbow – локоть. Wrist – запястье. Hands – кисти. Fingers – пальцы. Hip – бедро. Legs – feet. Ноги. Knee – колено. Ankle – лодыжка. Feet – стопы. Toes – пальцы ног. To touch – трогать. Okay, great. As I said before, in this lesson we will talk about physical characteristics. Физические характеристики. Физические характеристики. Физические характеристики. This word sounds very similar to the English translation. And the first adjective of today's vocabulary is pretty. Красивый. 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 I remind you that the basic form of adjectives, which is indicated in dictionaries, corresponds to the masculine gender. That is, you will use the adjective красивый with the ending «ый» if you describe yourself and at the same time you are a man, or if you describe another man. For example, you want to say I'm pretty, and you're a man, you will say я красивый. He is pretty. Он красивый. John is pretty. John красивый. If you are a girl, or you are talking about another girl, then the ending «ый» is replaced by the ending «ая» for the feminine gender. Красивая, красивая. Я красивая, if you're a girl. She is pretty. Она красивая. My mom is beautiful. Моя мама красивая. And we change the ending «ый» to the ending «ые» for the plural. Красивые, красивые. They're pretty. Они красивые. Okay, next adjective. Attractive. Привлекательный. 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 It is the masculine form, the feminine form. Привлекательная. 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 And for the plural form, привлекательные. Привлекательные. He's attractive. Он привлекательный. She's attractive. Она привлекательная. They're attractive. Они привлекательные. Okay, let's move on. And our next adjective is gorgeous. Beautiful. Прекрасный. 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 As you could already understand, for this adjective and for all subsequent ones, I indicate the first ending corresponding to the masculine gender, the second ending corresponding to the feminine gender, and the third ending corresponds to the plural. He is gorgeous. Он прекрасный. She is gorgeous. Она прекрасная. They are gorgeous. Они прекрасные. But for this particular adjective, native speakers tend to use the short form. But you can use the full one. Don't worry, in this case, such a compliment is nice to receive in any form. He's gorgeous. Он прекрасен. She's gorgeous. Она прекрасна. They're gorgeous. Они прекрасны. Next adjective, good looking. Приятный. 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 Он приятный. Он приятный. Она приятная. Она приятная. Они приятные. Они приятные. Next adjective. Cute. This word has two fairly equivalent synonyms, so I indicated both. The first one. Симпатичный. 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 Он симпатичный. Он симпатичный. Она симпатичная. Она симпатичная. She's cute. They're cute. Они симпатичные. Они симпатичные. And the second synonym is милый. 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 Он милый. Он милый. Она милая. Она милая. She's cute. They're cute. Они милые. Они милые. Next adjective. Tall. Высокий. 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 Он высокий. Он высокий. Она высокая. Она высокая. Они высокие. Они высокие. Next adjective. Short. Низкий. 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 The voiced consonant Z before the voiceless consonant K sounds like its paired voiceless consonant S. Низкий. Not низкий, but низкий. Он низкий. Он низкий. Она низкая. Она низкая. Они низкие. Они низкие. Of course, it all depends on intonation, but in general, this option is not too polite, rather just a statement of fact. A more polite option is to say невысокий. 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 Adding не, we get the negation of the word tall. Высокий. Tall. Высокий. Short. Невысокий. Высокий, невысокий. Tall, short. By the way, it works with all adjectives, so use it freely, please. For example, she's cute. Она симпатичная. She's not cute. Она не симпатичная. Okay, he's short. Он невысокий. She's short. Она невысокая. They're short. Они невысокие. Next adjective, thin, skinny. And the direct translation is худой. 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 Он худой. Он худой. Она худая. Она худая. Они худые. Они худые. But this option may sound harsh to someone, so a more polite form that sounds softer and more positive is стройный. 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 Он стройный. Она стройная. Они стройные. Next adjective. Fat. Again, the first option sounds rude to a person, and I hope that you'll never have a desire to use this word, and of course you will never hear it addressed to you. But perhaps you will find this option in the literature. Fat. Толстый. 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 Он толстый. Она толстая. Они толстые. And the second option is much more polite and softer. Полный. 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 Он полный. Она полная. Они полные. Next adjective. Ugly. Direct translation is уродливый. 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 Он уродливый. Она уродливая. Они уродливые. Since this option is very rude, it's better to use an adjective непривлекательный. 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 Not attractive. Он непривлекательный. Она непривлекательная. Они непривлекательные. Next adjective. Muscular. Мускулистый. 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 Он мускулистый. Она мускулистая. Они мускулистые. Let's move on to nouns for hair color. Brunette. 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 For the masculine and for the feminine, брюнетка. 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 Он брюнет, она брюнетка. Brown-haired. Masculine. Шатен. 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 Feminine. Шатенка. 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 Он шатен. Она шатенка. As you can see, the ending ka is added to transform from masculine to feminine. Шатен. Шатенка. Брюнет. Брюнетка. Next word. Blonde. Masculine. Блондин. 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 Feminine. Блондинка. 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 Он блондин. Она блондинка. Next word. Gray-haired. Masculine. Седой. 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 Feminine. Седая. Plural. Седые. Он седой. Она седая. Они седые. Gray hair. Седые волосы. Седые волосы. Next word. Red-haired. Masculine. Рыжий. 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 Feminine. Рыжая. Plural. Рыжие. Рыжие. Red hair. Рыжие волосы. Он рыжий. Она рыжая. Они рыжие. Next adjective. Pale. Masculine. Бледный. 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 Feminine. Бледная. Бледная. Plural. Бледные. Бледные. Он бледный. Она бледная. Они бледные. Next phrase is eyes color. Цвет глаз. Цвет глаз. Цвет глаз. Цвет. Color. Glass. Of eyes. How you can remember eyes in Russian? Глаза. Глаза. In this phrase, the word глаза is in the genitive form, which means belonging. Of eyes, глаз. Color of eyes, цвет глаз. For example, brown color of eyes. Коричневый цвет глаз. Коричневый цвет глаз. Gray color of eyes. Серый цвет глаз. Or when describing eyes, you can use the following scheme. Plural adjective plus eyes. Коричневые глаза. коричневые глаза. Серые глаза. Серые глаза. Okay, let's move on. Young. Masculine. Молодой. 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 Feminine. Молодая. 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 Plural. Молодые. Молодые. Папа молодой. Мама молодая. Родственники молодые. Relatives are young. Next adjective. Old. Masculine. Старый. 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 Feminine. Старая. Старая. Plural. Старые. Старые. And the second option, which is a little bit more polite. Пожилой. 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 Дедушка пожилой. Бабушка пожилая. Бабушка пожилая. Родственники пожилые. Родственники пожилые. And that was the last word on the topic of physical characteristics. And now I would like to repeat the forms of personal pronouns that are used when describing a person to remind you of cases of using different forms. I, subject form. Я, dative case. Мне, мне. We use the dative case when talking about our age. Мне 23. Мне 23. I'm 23. Object form. Меня. Меня. We use object form when telling about name. Меня зовут Мария. Меня зовут Мария. They call me Maria. And the last column contains the phrase I have. For example, in order to say I have green eyes. У меня зеленые глаза. У меня зеленые глаза. So, in this column, the forms of personal pronouns are the same as in the object form, except for those variants when pronouns in object form begin with a vowel. In such cases, the consonant n is added to these pronouns. Him. Его. He has. У него. Her. Ее. She has. У нее. Them. Их. They have. У них. It's like in English when we say, this is an apple. This is an apple. We don't say, this is a apple. This is an apple. У него. У нее. У них. Okay, let's summarize. Я Мария. Мне 23. Меня зовут Мария. У меня зеленые глаза. Ты Нико. Тебе 25. Тебя зовут Нико. У тебя серые глаза. Он Нико. Ему 25. Его зовут Нико. У него серые глаза. Она Мила. Ей 25. Ее зовут Мила. У нее черные глаза. Мы друзья. We are friends. Нам 25. Нас. Since here it's not very correct to use the phrase our name is, so I use the phrase they know us. Нас знают. Нас знают. У нас красные волосы. We have red hair. Why not? Вы пара. You're a couple. Вам 28. You are 28. Вас знают. У вас красивые глаза. You have beautiful eyes. Они друзья. They are friends. Им Им 27. They're 27. Их знают. They know them. У них серые глаза. They have gray eyes. Отлично. Great. Now you're ready to complete this exercise. Your task is to tell about yourself, following this structure. Name, age, and describe yourself using 4 words, or if you wish, you can use more. It's up to you. And when you're ready, look at my version. Okay, let's see what I can tell about myself. Меня зовут Мария. My name is Maria. Мне 23. I'm 23. Я брюнетка. I'm brunette. Низкая or невысокая. I'm not tall. I'm short. I'm not tall. Милая, let's say. I'm cute. И у меня зеленые глаза. I have green eyes. It's very unfair that I can't see your version and get to know you better because you know everything about me. You know the names of my parents, what they like to do, you know how old I am. Oh my god. Okay, at least write in the comments about yourself because I read it. Okay, we have another exercise in this lesson. But first let's add one more question to your vocabulary. How does he look like? Or how does she look like? Как он выглядит? Или как она выглядит? Как? How? Он. He. Выглядит. Infinitive form. Выглядеть. Выглядеть. To look like. But we use the third person singular since we use it with он and она. He and she. Как он выглядит? How does he look like? Как она выглядит? How does she look like? Great. Here is our last exercise in this lesson. Your task is to listen to the text that I will speak, write it down, and translate it. If necessary, you can rewind to listen again. Okay? Ready? Let's start. Привет. Ее зовут Александра. Привет. Ее зовут Александра. Ей 28. Ей 28. Она молодая, высокая, привлекательная брюнетка. Она молодая, высокая, привлекательная брюнетка. У нее серые глаза. Серые глаза. Она молодая, высокая, привлекательная брюнетка. У нее серые глаза. And one more time. Привет, ее зовут Александра, ей 28. Она молодая, высокая, привлекательная брюнетка. У нее серые глаза. Did you manage to write it down? Don't forget to translate. And in a few seconds I will show the correct answer. Okay, let's take a look. Привет. Hello. Ее зовут Александра. Her name is Alexandra. Ей 28. She's 28. Она молодая, высокая, привлекательная брюнетка. У нее серые глаза. She's young, tall, attractive brunette. She has gray eyes. Отлично. Great. We just have to do the final repetition of the words learned today. I will use only the masculine form. Повторяй за мной. Pretty. Красивый. Attractive. Привлекательный. Gorgeous. Прекрасный. Good looking. Приятный. Cute. Симпатичный. Или милый. Tall. Высокий. Short. Низкий. Или невысокий. Thin. Худой. Или стройный. Fat. Толстый. Или полный. Ugly – уродливый. Или непривлекательный. Muscular – мускулистый. Brunette – брюнет. Или брюнетка. Brown-haired – шатен. Или шатенка. Blondie – блондин. Или блондинка. Gray-haired – седой. Red-haired – рыжий. Pale – бледный. Eyes color – цвет глаз. Young – молодой. Old – старый. Или пожилой. And here's the table that I hope you wrote down. And that's all for today. I congratulate you on completing another Russian lesson. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to tell about yourself in the comments. I haven't forgotten about it. And it's your turn. Really. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Пока-пока. Привет! Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Hello, welcome to the Russian for Beginners course. Let's start by repeating the words learned in the previous lesson. Повторяй за мной. Pretty – красивый. Attractive – привлекательный. Gorgeous – приятный. Cute – симпатичный. Или милый. Tall – высокий. Short – низкий. Или невысокий. Thin – худой. Или стройный. Fat – толстый. Или полный. Ugly – уродливый. Или непривлекательный. Muscular – мускулистый. Brunette – брюнет. Или брюнетка. Brown-haired – шатен. Или шатенка. Blondie – блондин. Или блондинка. Gray-haired – седой. Red-haired – рыжий. Pale – бледный. Eyes color – цвет глаз. Young – молодой. Old – старый. Или пожилой. Отлично. The topic of this lesson is about personality. Namely, we will learn adjectives with which you can describe a person. Личность. We have a really large number of new words ahead of us, but I think that you will use these words a lot. So let's start. Personality in Russian is личность. 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 This word comes from the word лицо. Лицо. Face. Face. Лицо. Personality. Личность. And our first adjective is добрый. Добрый, which means kind. Добрый. Добрый. Feminine. Добрая. Добрая. Plural. Добрые. Добрые. Мой брат добрый. My brother is kind. Сестра добрая. Сестра добрая. My sister is kind. Дети добрые. Дети добрые. Children are kind. Next adjective. Brave. Смелый. 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 Он смелый. Она смелая. Они смелые. Смелый дедушка. Brave grandfather. Смелая бабушка. Brave grandmother. Смелые дети. Brave children. Next adjective. Sensitive. Чувствительный. 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 Please note that the bold letter V is not pronounced. Чувствительный. This word comes from the word чувство. Чувство, which means feeling. Папа чувствительный. Мама чувствительная. Дети чувствительные. Okay, next adjective. Horrible. Ужасный. 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 Он ужасный. Она ужасная. Они ужасные. This word comes from the word horror. Ужас. Horror. Ужас. Horrible. Ужасный. Whenever possible, I try to tell you about such interconnections so that you feel the Russian language. Next adjective. Ambitious. Амбициозный. 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 Амбициозный брат. Ambitious brother. Амбициозная сестра. Ambitious sister. Амбициозные друзья. Ambitious friends. This word comes from the word амбиция. Амбиция. Ambition. Ambition. Амбиция. Ambitious. Амбициозный. Here I would also like to tell you about such a trick. In Russian, there are quite a few words borrowed from English. Many of them end in ция. Ция. This ending corresponds to the English shn. Shn. For example, ambition, амбиция, collection, коллекция, action, акция, aviation, авиация. Okay, let's move on. Next adjective. Passionate. Страстный. 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 Он страстный. Она страстная. Они страстные. This word comes from the word страсть. Страсть. Which means passion. Passion. Страсть. Passionate. Страстный. Next adjective. Careful. Осторожный. 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 Папа осторожный. Мама осторожная. Дети осторожные. Next adjective. Cynical. Циничный. 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 Он циничный. Она циничная. Они циничные. Cynical. Циничный. Next adjective. Dependent. Зависимый. 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 Он зависимый. Она зависимая. Они зависимые. Dependence. Зависимость. Зависимость. Dependence. Зависимость. Dependent. Зависимый. Also, this word is used in the meaning of addiction, for example, to alcohol or illegal substances. Addiction – зависимость. Addiction person – зависимый человек. Next adjective – independent – независимый. 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 As you remember, the prefix не gives us a negation. Dependent – зависимый. Independent – независимый. Он независимый. Она независимая. Они независимые. Next adjective. Strong. Сильный. 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 Он сильный. Она сильная. Они сильные. This word comes from the word strength. Сила. Сила. Strength. Сила. Strong. Сильный. Next adjective. Funny. Веселый. 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 Брат веселый. Сестра веселая. Дети веселые. This word comes from the word fun. Веселье. Веселье. Fun. веселье. Funny, веселый. Next adjective. Sweet. Милый. 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 Он милый. Она милая. Они милые. Sweet. Милый. Next adjective. Polite. Вежливый. 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 Вежливый брат. Вежливая сестра. Вежливые дети. Smart. Умный. 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 Он умный. Она умная. Они умные. This word comes from the word mind. Ум. Mind. Smart. Умный. If we add the prefix раз, we get the word разумный, which means intelligent. Intelligence, разум. Intelligent, разумный. Разумный. Generous, щедрый. Щедрый папа. Щедрая мама. Щедрые родственники. Next adjective. Patient. Терпеливый. Терпеливый. Impatient. Нетерпеливый. Нетерпеливый. Он терпеливый. Она терпеливая. Они терпеливые. Next adjective. Impulsive. Импульсивный. Импульсивный. Он импульсивный. Она импульсивная. Они импульсивные. This word comes from English, that's why it sounds very similar. Next word. Interesting. Интересный. Интересный. Он интересный. Она интересная. Они интересные. This word comes from the word interest. Интерес. Interest. Интерес. Interesting. Интересный. Next adjective. Bad. Плохой. Он плохой. Она плохая. Они плохие. Bad. Плохой. Next adjective. Lying. Лживый. Он лживый. Она лживая. Они лживые. As you remember, after the letter Ж, the letter E is always read as U. Not лживый, but лживый. Okay, next word. Lazy. Ленивый. Брат ленивый. Сестра ленивая. Дети ленивые. This word comes from the word лень. Laziness. Лень. Lazy. Ленивый. Next adjective. Powerful. Влиятельный. Влиятельный муж. Powerful husband. Влиятельная жена. Powerful wife. Влиятельные родственники. Powerful relatives. Next adjective. Positive. Позитивный. Позитивный муж. Позитивная жена. Позитивные дети. И у нас позитивная семья. Positive family. This word comes from the word positive, Positive, noun, позитив. Positive adjective, позитивный. Okay, next word. Reserved, сдержанный. 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 Please note that the letter S at the beginning of this word sounds like the letter Z. Z. Сдержанный. Он сдержанный. Она сдержанная. Они сдержанные. Next adjective. Serious. Серьезный. 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 Серьезный муж. Серьезная жена. Серьезные родственники. Also here I want to say about the word often used in Russian. Серьезно. Серьезно. Which means seriously. Seriously. Серьезно. With the letter O at the end. Серьезно. Серьезно. Seriously. Next adjective. Nice. Хороший. 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 Он хороший. Дедушка хороший. Она хорошая. Бабушка хорошая. Они хорошие. Дети хорошие. If you want to add more admiration, you can use this adjective. Прекрасный. 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 Он прекрасный человек. He's a nice person. Она прекрасный человек. She's a nice person. Прекрасные родители. Nice parents. Next adjective. Talented. Талантливый. 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 Он талантливый. Она талантливая. Они талантливые. This word comes from the word талант. Talent. Talent. Талант. Talented. Талантливый. And that was the last word on the topic of personality. But before we start doing exercises, write down this question. Какой ты человек? Какой ты человек? Какой ты человек? What kind of person are you? Ready? Let's get to the exercise. And your task is to tell about yourself, to tell about your personality. Расскажи мне о своей личности. Расскажи. Tell. Мне. To me. О своей. About your. Личности. Personality. You can start with «Я человек», пам-пам-пам, but note that then the adjectives will refer to the word человек, person, человек, which is masculine. So all adjectives will be masculine, even if you're a girl. And that's fine. That's right. It's okay. Or you can start with «я», I, and then list the adjectives, using the form according to your gender. And when you're ready, you can see my version. Let's take a look. Я человек веселый, независимый, чувствительный и разумный. The word person, человек, can also appear after adjectives. Я веселый, независимый, чувствительный и разумный человек. I'm funny, independent, sensitive, and intelligent person. As I said before, in this case, using the word человек, person, I used all adjectives in masculine form. In the second case, as a girl, I must change the form of adjectives to the feminine form. Я веселая, независимая, чувствительная и разумная. Отлично. And we have one more exercise. Расскажи мне о личности твоего папы. Расскажи. Tell. Мне. To me. О личности. About personality. Твоего папы. Your father. And when you're ready, look at my version. Well, let's take a look. Мой папа добрый, смелый, сильный, веселый, умный, щедрый, талантливый. Он прекрасный человек. Мой папа, my father, добрый, kind, смелый, brave, сильный, strong, веселый, funny, умный, smart, щедрый, generous, талантливый, talented. Он прекрасный человек. He is a nice person. Отлично. Let's make the final push. Повторение. Повторяй за мной. Personality. Личность. Kind. Добрый. Brave. Смелый. Sensitive. Чувствительный. Horrible. Ужасный. Ambitious. Амбициозный. Passionate. Страстный. Careful. Осторожный. Cynical. Циничный. Dependent. Зависимый. Independent. Независимый. Strong. Сильный. Funny. Веселый. Sweet. Милый. Polite. Вежливый. Smart. Умный. Intelligent. Разумный. Generous. Щедрый. Patient. Терпеливый. Impatient. Нетерпеливый. Impulsive. Импульсивный. Interesting. Интересный. Bad. Плохой. Lying. Лживый. Lazy. Ленивый. Powerful. Влиятельный. Positive. Позитивный. Reserved. Сдержанный. Serious. Серьезный. Nice. Хороший. Или прекрасный. Talented. Талантливый. What kind of person are you? Какой ты человек? Great job. Отличная работа. Congratulations on one more Russian lesson you have completed. Many useful and frequently used words have been added to your dictionary, and this is great. By the way, if you have any thoughts regarding this course, if you have any wishes, please share them, because I just want to know that you get maximum benefit and pleasure from learning Russian with me. So feel free to share your opinion, and see you the next lesson. Bye-bye. Пока-пока. Привет. Добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Today we will add to your vocabulary some new words on the topic related to supermarket and shopping. But first, let's repeat the words learned in the previous lesson. Повторяй за мной. Personality – личность. Kind – добрый. Brave – смелый. Sensitive – чувствительный. Horrible – ужасный. Ambitious – амбициозный. Passionate – страстный. Careful – осторожный. Cynical – циничный. Dependent – зависимый. Independent – независимый. Strong – сильный. Funny – веселый. Sweet – милый. Polite – вежливый. Smart – умный. Intelligent – разумный. Generous – щедрый. Patient – терпеливый. Impatient – нетерпеливый. Impulsive – импульсивный. Interesting – интересный. Bad – плохой. Lying – лживый. Lazy – ленивый. powerful, влиятельный. Positive, позитивный. Reserved, сдержанный. Serious, серьезный. Nice, хороший. Или прекрасный. Talented, талантливый. What kind of person are you? Какой ты человек? Great! And here's the first word for today. Supermarket. 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 This word is borrowed from English, therefore to pronounce this word in Russian you just need to read the English version with the Russian accent. Supermarket. 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 How you can understand, it's all about the sound r. R in English. R in Russian. R. Market. 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 Supermarket. This word is great for training Russian pronunciation, so try to pronounce this word until it sounds close to mine. By the way, many people ask about accents in the Russian language, but as such, we practically don't have accents of the Russian language. That is, the Russian language of a literate person, for example, from Moscow, Siberia, and Kamchatka. Moscow, Siberia, and Kamchatka will sound the same, and we understand each other traveling all over Russia. Let's just say that there is a classical Russian language, and it's spoken by most people throughout Russia. Well, only in some regions where there are other languages besides Russian, such as in the Caucasian part of Russia, for example, a Caucasian pronunciation can be noted. So that is, come to Russia with your knowledge of the Russian language. You can feel free to travel throughout Russia. Don't worry, you will be understood everywhere. So every time foreigners hear my Russian speech and say, "Oh, we like your type of Russian accent," I'm like, accent? I don't have accent. It's kind of difficult to explain that I have no accent. This is classical Russian, in which probably 90% of Russians speak exactly the same. This was a little additional information about the Russian language and about Russia, and we move on to the next word. Price. Цена. 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 Price. Цена. One of the way to ask the cost is to ask a question «Какая цена?» Какая цена? Какая цена? What is the price? Price. Цена. Next word. Discount. Скидка. 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 The voiced consonant D in front of the voiceless consonant K sounds like its paired consonant T. D, T. Скидка. T, T. Скидка. Sale. Распродажа. 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 Sale. Распродажа. This word comes from the word продажа. Продажа, which means selling. Selling. Продажа. Sale. Распродажа. Next word. Plastic bag. Пластиковый пакет. Plastic. Пластиковый. 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 The beginning of the word duplicates the English translation plus овый. Пластик-овый. Пластиковый. Bag. Пакет. 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 Plastic bag. Пластиковый пакет. Since unfortunately in Russia I think about 99% of people use plastic bags, then we rarely talk about an alternative. So when a seller asks you, «Пакет нужен?» «Пакет нужен?» Do you need a bag? You're automatically offered a plastic bag, because a plastic bag is initially assumed under the bag. So, when you mean a plastic bag, you can just say пакет. Пакет. Without plastiковый, just пакет. Okay, let's move on. Paper bag. Бумажный пакет. Paper. Бумажный. 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 Bag. Пакет. Бумажный пакет. In this case, if you need a paper bag, then you need to specify this and explain that you need a paper bag. Бумажный пакет. Бумажный. Otherwise, you will be given a plastic one. Okay, next word. Till, register, касса. 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 Till, register, касса. A person working at the касса is called кассир. Кассир. Cashier. Till, касса. Cashier, кассир. Next word. Basket. Корзина. 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 Basket. Корзина. Next word. Cart, trolley, тележка. 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 Cart, trolley, тележка. The letter J in front of the voiceless consonant K sounds like sh. Тележка. Not тележка, but тележка. Next words. Fruits and vegetables. Фрукты и овощи. Фрукты и овощи. Fruits. Фрукты and и vegetables. Овощи. Fruits and vegetables. Фрукты и овощи. I think that you remember these words from the topic about food, so we are moving on. Oh, just like this word. Meat. Мясо. 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 Meat. Мясо. Next word. Dairy. Молочные продукты. Молочные. Молочные. Milk. Продукты. 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 Products. Dairy, milk products. Молочные продукты. The second indicated word is a slang word but quite often used. Молочка. 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 Dairy, молочка. Молочка. Молочные продукты. Next word. Pasta. Макароны. 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 As you can see, this word has a plural form. Макароны. Макароны. Next word. Bread. Хлеб. 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 Bread. Хлеб. Loaf. White bread. Батон. 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 In Russia, there is a clear division between bread, хлеб, and white bread, батон. Хлеб, батон. Next word. Sweets. Сладости. 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 Sweets. Сладости. To buy. Покупать. 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 At the same time, let's remember the rules of conjugation of verbs so that you don't forget what we studied earlier. First of all, you need to determine the conjugation of this verb. And in a few seconds, I will show the correct answers. Ready? Let's check it. This is the first conjugation verb. So, Я покупаю. Я покупаю. Ты покупаешь. Ты покупаешь. Он, она, оно покупает. Покупает. Мы покупаем. Мы покупаем. Вы покупаете. Вы покупаете. Они покупают. Они покупают. To buy – покупать. This is the imperfect form of this verb. And in the phrase I want to buy – я хочу купить. Я хочу купить. Я – I хочу. Want – купить. To buy. The perfect form of this verb is used. Купить. To buy – купить. I want to buy. Я хочу купить. He wants to buy. Он хочет купить. Он хочет купить. Мы хотим купить. Мы хотим купить. And so on. Okay, next verb. To cost. Стоить. 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 To cost. Стоить. It's a little strange to use the concept of cost in relation of people. It's a rare case of using such a combination, but still, let's practice conjugation. Ready? Let's take a look. Стоить. This is the second conjugation verb. Я стою. Ты стоишь. Он стоит. Она стоит. Оно стоит. Мы стоим. Вы стоите. Они стоят. I have highlighted the variants that will be used in practice. For example, with masculine, singular. Он стоит. For example, хлеб стоит. Хлеб, it's masculine. Feminine, singular. Корзина, basket. Корзина стоит. Neuter, singular. Мясо, мясо, meat, стоит. Мясо стоит. Third person plural. Они стоят. Фрукты, fruits, стоят. Фрукты стоят. Okay, nice. Let's move on. And the next phrase is I need. I need. Мне нужен. For the masculine. For example, мне нужен хлеб. Мне нужен хлеб. Хлеб, it's masculine. Мне нужна. For the feminine. Мне нужна корзина. Корзина is feminine. Мне нужно. For the neuter gender. Мне нужно мясо. Мне нужно мясо. Мясо is neuter. And we say мне нужны for the plural. Мне нужны фрукты. Мне нужны фрукты. Фрукты, fruits. It's plural. Okay, next phrase. Do you have something? У вас есть? У вас есть? У вас есть? Do you have? У вас есть? Excuse me, do you have milk? Простите, у вас есть молоко? Okay, next phrase. How much does it cost? Сколько это стоит? Сколько это стоит? Сколько это стоит? Сколько это стоит? Сколько? How much or how many? Это. It. Стоит. To cost. The word это, it, ends in о, это. It's neuter. Therefore, the verb to cost, стоить, is in the third person singular. Стоит. To cost. Стоить. Это стоит. Это стоит. Сколько это стоит? How much does it cost? Okay, next phrase. Where is something? Где находится? Где? Where? Находится. The verb находиться. It can be translated as to be, to locate. Third person singular. Находится. Он, она, оно, это находится. Хлеб находится. Корзина находится. Молоко находится. Third person plural. Находятся. Находятся. Where are? Они находятся. For example, макароны. It's plural. Где находятся макароны? Где находятся макароны? Отлично! Great! It's time to practice. Try to translate these sentences. And in a few seconds I will show you the correct answers. Okay, ready? Let's check it. Что тебе нужно купить? Что тебе нужно купить? What do you need to buy? For example, I need to buy. Мне нужно купить. You need to buy. Тебе нужно купить. Мне, тебе, it's dative case of personal pronouns. You need to buy. Тебе нужно купить. What do you need to buy? Что тебе нужно купить? Что? What? Мне нужно купить молоко, хлеб, макароны, мясо, рис и вино. Мне нужно, I need, купить, to buy, молоко, milk, хлеб, bread, макароны, pasta, мясо, meat, рис, rice и вино, and wine. Что тебе нужно купить? Мне нужно купить молоко, хлеб, макароны, мясо, рис и вино. Great! And we have one final exercise in this lesson that simulates a conversation in a supermarket. В супермаркете. Imagine that you are talking to a cashier. С кассиром. I will be the cashier and you will be the buyer. Based on my answers, which are given on the slide, supplement the dialogue with relevant phrases so that the conversation turns out to be logical. Здравствуйте. Чем я могу вам помочь? Да, конечно, у нас есть хлеб. Он стоит 60 рублей. Вам нужен пластиковый или бумажный пакет? Okay, take your time and fill in the blanks, and in a few seconds I will show my version. Okay, let's take a look. Здравствуйте, чем я могу вам помочь? Здравствуйте, мне нужен хлеб. У вас есть хлеб? Да, конечно, у нас есть хлеб. Отлично. Сколько он стоит? Он стоит 60 рублей. Хорошо. Я хочу купить. Вам нужен пластиковый или бумажный пакет? Нет, спасибо. Или да, пластиковый, пожалуйста. Или да, бумажный, пожалуйста. Hello, how can I help you? Hello, I need bread. Do you have bread? Yes, of course, we have bread. Good. How much does it cost? It costs 60 rubles. Good. I want to buy. Do you need a plastic or paper bag? No, thanks. Or, yes, plastic one, please. Or, yes, paper one, please. Excellent. And finally, let's do a repetition of the words and phrases learned today. Повторяй за мной. Supermarket. Супермаркет. Price. Цена. Discount. Скидка. Sale. Распродажа. Plastic bag. Пластиковый пакет. Paper bag. Бумажный пакет. Till. Register. Касса. Cashier. Кассир. Basket. Корзина. Cart. Trolley. Тележка. Fruits and vegetables. Фрукты и овощи. Meat – мясо. Dairy – молочные продукты. Или молочка. Pasta – макароны. Bread – хлеб. Loaf – батон. Sweets – сладости. To buy – покупать. I want to buy – я хочу купить. To cost – стоить. I need – мне нужен. Do you have – у вас есть? How much does it cost? Сколько это стоит? Where is – где находится? Замечательно! Congratulations on one more completed Russian lesson. Thank you for this class. We learned new words and phrases and also remembered the conjugation of verbs. I wish you to have a nice day and see you at the next lesson. Пока-пока! Здравствуй и добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Давай повторим лексику, пройденную на предыдущем занятии. Let's repeat the vocabulary learned in the previous lesson. Повторяй за мной. Repeat after me. Supermarket. Супермаркет. Price. Цена. Discount. Скидка. Sale. Распродажа. Plastic bag. Пластиковый пакет. Paper bag. Бумажный пакет. Till. Register. Касса. Basket. Корзина. Cart, trolley, тележка. Fruits and vegetables, фрукты и овощи. Meat, мясо. Dairy, молочные продукты. Или молочка. Pasta, макароны. Bread, хлеб. Sweets, сладости. To buy – покупать. I want to buy – я хочу купить. To cost – стоить. I need – мне нужен. Do you have – у вас есть? How much does it cost? Сколько это стоит? Where is – где находится? Отлично! And today we will learn words related to the topic the house. House in Russian is дом. 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 House. Дом. Room. Комната. 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 Room. Комната. Next word. Kitchen. Кухня. 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 Kitchen. Кухня. Living room. Гостиная. 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 Living room. Гостиная. Dining room. Обеденная. 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 Dining room. Обеденная. Bedroom. You can use two options. First option – adjective plus noun. Спальная комната. Спальная plus комната. And the second option is to use the noun спальня. 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 The verb to sleep. Спать. Bedroom. Спальня. And the adjective спальная. Next word bathroom. And here similarly we have two options. You can say ванная комната. Ванная комната, ванная комната. Или ванная, ванная, ванная. Bath in Russian is ванна, ванна, ванна. Bathroom, ванная или ванная комната. Next word. More literary and ethical option is to say уборная. 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 Restroom. This word is especially often used when you are in a restaurant or if this word occurs in formal communication. But if we are talking about informal communication, you can use the word туалет. Туалет. Туалет, which means both the device, let's say, and the room. Restroom. Уборная. Toilet. Туалет. Уборная. Туалет. Next word. Basement. Подвал. 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 Basement. Подвал. Next word. Stairs. Лестница. 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 The letter T is not pronounced in this word. Лестница. Stairs. Лестница. Door. Дверь. 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 Door. Дверь. Window. Окно. 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 Window. Окно. Roof. Крыша. 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 Roof. Крыша. Ceiling. Потолок. 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 Ceiling. Потолок. Next word. Floor. Пол. Пол. Floor. Пол. Next word. Lamp. Лампа. 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 Lamp. Лампа. Clock. Часы. 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 Clock. Часы. Next word. Television. Телевизор. 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 Television. Телевизор. Next word. Bed. Кровать. 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 Bed. Кровать. Next word. Closet. Шкаф. 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 Closet. Шкаф. Refrigerator. Холодильник. 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 Refrigerator. Холодильник. Because cold in Russian translates as холод. Холод. Cold. Холод. Refrigerator. Холодильник. Next word. Sink. Раковина. 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 Sink. Раковина. Отлично, and this is exercise time. Name the room based on the photo. Try to remember from memory without looking at the notes. And in a few seconds I will show the correct answer. Ready? Let's check it. Это гостиная. Это гостиная. It's the living room. Okay, next photo. Let's check it. Это кухня. Это Кухня. This is the kitchen. Next photo. Let's check it. Это ванная комната. Это ванная комната. Или это ванная. Это ванная. This is the bathroom. Next photo. Let's take a look. Это спальная комната. Это спальная комната. Или это спальня. Спальня. This is the bedroom. And the last photo. Let's check it. Это обеденная. Это обеденная. Это обеденная. This is the dining room. Замечательно. And the second part of this lesson is devoted to the verb related to household life, and also we will learn the accusative case of nouns. And our first verb is to clean up. Убираться. 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 To clean up. Убираться. Please pay attention to the ending, which says that this is a reflexive verb of the first conjugation. And let's see how it conjugates. Я убираюсь. Ты убираешься. Он убирается. Она убирается. Оно убирается. Мы убираемся. Вы убираетесь. Они убираются. Next verb. To wash. Мыть. Мыть. Its imperfective form and perfective form is помыть. 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 Please write down both options because, for example, in the phrase I'm washing the dishes, we will use the imperfective form. Я мою посуду. Я мою посуду. And in the phrase I need to wash the dishes, we will use the perfective form of the verb. Мне нужно помыть посуду. Мне нужно помыть посуду. Okay, let's see how this verb conjugates. To wash – мыть. This is the first conjugation verb. Я мою. Ты моешь. Он моет, она моет, оно моет. Мы моем, вы моете, они моют. Next verb. To sweep. Подметать. 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 To sweep. Подметать. Let's see how it conjugates. This is the first conjugation verb. Я подметаю. Ты подметаешь. Он подметает, она подметает, оно подметает. Мы подметаем. Вы подметаете. Они подметают. To sweep – подметать. Отлично. So now let's move on to the discussion of the accusative case in Russian. In Russian, the accusative case helps us determine the object to which the action applies. So, nouns in the accusative case fulfill the function of a subject or a person affected by the subject's action. Subject always has a form of the nominative case, while an object has a form of the accusative case. Please write down the table shown on the slide and then we will see some examples. Okay, let's see. For an animate masculine noun, if it ends with a consonant, we need to add the letter A. We need to add it. For example, кот, кот, cat. I see a cat. Я вижу кота. Я вижу кота. But if our noun to which the action is applied ends in y, we need to replace it with я. Герой, герой, hero. I see a hero. Я вижу героя. Я вижу героя. Герой. Я вижу героя. Also, if this noun ends in a soft sign, we need to replace it with the letter я. For example, князь, князь, prince. I see a prince. Я вижу князя. Я вижу князя. Князь. князя. Я вижу князя. Okay, and the good news is that inanimate masculine nouns in the accusative case don't change their form. For example, дом, house, дом. Я убираю дом. I'm cleaning up a house. Или шкаф, шкаф, closet. Я мою шкаф. Я мою шкаф. I'm washing a closet. For feminine nouns to which the action is applied, if it ends with the letter A, it's replaced by U. If it ends with the letter Ya, it's replaced by U. The form of feminine words ending in a soft sign doesn't change. For example, лампа, lamp. Я мою лампу. I'm washing a lamp. Лампа, лампу. Семья, family. Я вижу семью. I see a family. Семья, семью. Дверь, door. Я мою дверь. I'm washing a door. Дверь, дверь. Let's move on. The neuter singular form doesn't change in the accusative case. Окно, window. Я мою окно. I'm washing a window. Яблоко, apple. Я мою яблоко. I'm washing an apple. If we are talking about animate objects in the plural, then in this case the nouns duplicate the genitive form that we have not studied yet. However, it makes sense to write down the most common plural nouns right now. Child, ребенок, children, дети, genitive form, детей. Дети, детей. Sister, сестра, sisters, сестры, genitive form, сестер. Сестры, сестер. Brother, брат. Brothers, братья. Genitive form, братьев. Братьев. Братья, братьев. Parents, родители. Genitive form, родителей. Родителей. For example, I love sisters. Я люблю сестер. I love brothers. Я люблю братьев. I love children. Я люблю детей. I love parents. Я люблю родителей. Отлично. And the last block. Inanimate plural nouns in the accusative case duplicate their plural form in the nominative case. So here you just need to remember the rules for the formation of plural nouns. Я убираю дома. I clean up houses. Я вижу семьи. I see families. Я мою двери. I'm washing doors. Замечательно. Try to do this exercise using the words and theory you have learned so far. Your task is to translate these sentences into Russian, and in a few seconds I will show the correct answers. And the main thing is not to rush. Just take your time, and once you're ready, check it. Ready? Let's take a look. I clean the room. Я убираю комнату. Я убираю комнату. The action refers to the word room, комната. So we use the accusative case, комнату. Я убираю комнату. They wash the dishes. Они моют посуду. Они моют посуду. The accusative case. Mom cleans the house. Мама убирает дом. I need to wash the sink. Мне нужно помыть раковину. Мне нужно, I need, to wash. Помыть, perfective form, раковину, the accusative case. I need to wash the window. Мне нужно помыть окно. I need, мне нужно, to wash. Помыть, perfective form, окно. The accusative case of neuter nouns is similar to the nominative case. Dad is buying the lamp and the TV. Папа покупает лампу и телевизор. I see the house. Я вижу дом. I like the kitchen. Мне нравится кухня. I hope you remembered that in Russian the phrase I like is translated as мне нравится. Мне нравится. While the noun kitchen, кухня, is used in the nominative case. Кухня. I like. Мне нравится. The kitchen. Кухня. Мне нравится кухня. Okay, and a little more practice. Translate these sentences into Russian. Let's check it. I need to wash the dishes. Мне нужно помыть посуду. Мне нужно, I need, помыть, to wash, the dishes, посуду, the accusative case. Next photo. I'm sweeping the floor. Translate this sentence. Let's check it. I'm sweeping the floor. Я подметаю пол. Чудненько. Let's do the final review of the vocabulary learned today. Повторяй за мной. House. Дом. Room. Комната. Kitchen. Кухня. Living room. Гостиная. Dining room. Обеденная. Bedroom. Спальная комната. Или спальня. Bathroom. Ванная комната. Или ванная. Restroom. Уборная. Toilet. Туалет. Basement. Подвал. Stairs. Лестница. Door. Дверь. Window. Окно. Roof. Крыша. Ceiling. Потолок. Floor. Пол. Lamp. Лампа. Clock. Часы. Television. Телевизор. Bed. Кровать. Closet. Шкаф. Refrigerator. Холодильник. Sink. Раковина. To clean up. Убираться. To wash. Мыть. To sweep. Подметать. Nice, and here's the table that I hope you wrote down. And that's all for today. Thank you for this lesson. You're great. Now is the time to rest. Give time to your brain to process all this information. And I'm waiting for you in the next lesson. Bye-bye. Пока-пока. Привет и добро пожаловать на курс «Русский для начинающих». Today we will get acquainted in more detail with the vocabulary associated with the bathroom. But first, let's repeat the vocabulary learned in the previous lesson. I named the word in Russian, and you try to remember the translation. Дом. House. Комната. Room. Кухня. Kitchen. Гостиная. Living room. Обеденная. Dining room. Спальная комната или спальня. Bedroom. Ванная комната или ванная. Bathroom. Уборная. Restroom. Туалет. Toilet. Подвал. Basement. Лестница. Stairs. Дверь. Door. Окно. Window. Крыша. Roof. Потолок. Ceiling. Пол. Floor. Лампа. Lamp. Часы. Clock. Телевизор. Television. Кровать. Bed. Шкаф. Closet. Холодильник. Refrigerator. Раковина. Sink. Убираться. To clean up. Мыть, помыть. To wash. Подметать. To sweep. Отлично. And here's a table related to the accusative case of nouns. It will also come in handy in this lesson. Okay, let's get started. You're already familiar with this word. Bathroom. Ванная комната или ванная. Ванная, ванная комната. Shower. Душ. Душ. Shower. Душ. Sink. Раковина. Раковина. You're already familiar with this word as well. Next word. Mirror. Зеркало. 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 Mirror. Зеркало. Sponge. Губка. 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 Sponge. Губка. Brush. Щетка. 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 Brush. Щетка. Toothbrush. Зубная щетка. Зубная щетка. Toothbrush. Зубная щетка. Teeth. Зубы. Зубы. Toothbrush. Зубная щетка. Toothpaste. Зубная паста. Зубная паста. Паста. Toothpaste. Зубная паста. Just like macaroni, pasta in English. Hair dryer. Фен. 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 Hair dryer. Фен. Soap. Мыло. 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 Soap. Мыло. To wash. Мыть. Soap. Мыло. Мыть. Мыло. Shampoo. Шампунь. 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 Shampoo. Шампунь. Conditioner. Кондиционер. 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 Conditioner. Кондиционер. The word you already know. Toilet. Туалет. Туалет. Toilet. Туалет. Toilet paper. Туалетная бумага. Туалетная бумага. 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 Toilet. Туалет. Paper. Бумага. Toilet paper. Туалетная бумага. Towel. Полотенце. 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 Towel. Полотенце. And here we have the verb to brush. Чистить. 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 To brush. Чистить. Okay, let's see how this verb conjugates. This verb ends in eat. This means that this is the verb of the second conjugation. Я чищу. Я чищу. Please note that for the first person singular, the combination of letters st is replaced by sh. Я чищу. Ты чистишь. Он чистит, она чистит, оно чистит. Мы чистим. Вы чистите. Они чистят. Take a shower. Принимать душ. Принимать душ. To take. Принимать. Shower. Душ. Take a shower. Принимать душ. Let's see how this verb conjugates. The verb принимать can be translated as to accept, to take. In the case of the phrase I'm taking a shower or he's taking a shower and so on, we conjugate the verb And the word shower is the object to which the action is directed, right? That is, the word dush is in the accusative case. However, the accusative case for the inanimated masculine noun is the same as in the nominative case. So the word dush in these phrases is unchanged. The verb принимать ends in ать. It means that this is the verb of the first conjugation. Я принимаю душ. Я принимаю душ. Ты принимаешь душ. Он принимает душ. Она принимает душ. Оно принимает душ. Мы принимаем душ. Вы принимаете душ. Они принимают душ. Okay, and let's add one useful word that refers to the present tense, and it will also be useful to include it in our practice exercises. Usually, normally, обычно. 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 Usually, normally, обычно. Since in Russian the position of words are not fixed, this word can be found in any part of the sentence. It all depends on your intonation. For example, I usually buy groceries. And you want to emphasize that I buy. So in Russian it will be обычно я покупаю продукты. Я обычно покупаю продукты. Я покупаю обычно продукты. Я покупаю продукты обычно. So all words, as you can guess, they can change places. I even can say продукты обычно покупаю я. Okay, let's move on. Also, in this lesson, I would like to introduce you to the phrase to be going to. Собираться. Собираться. To be going to. Собираться. Unlike to be going to, the Russian собираться is thought as a process of getting ready or making up one's mind, and it can be successful or not. There is no guarantee that this action will occur. This scheme reflects the thought at the moment. So you can use the following scheme. To be going to plus perfective infinitive. Plus, if necessary, a noun in the appropriate case, depending on what you want to say. Let's take a look at some examples. To be going to clean the sink. Собираться почистить раковину. To be going to. Собираться. To clean. Чистить. Perfective infinitive. Почистить. Sink. Раковина. The accusative case. Раковину. Собираться почистить раковину. To be going to brush the teeth. Собираться почистить зубы. Собираться почистить зубы. To be going to take a shower. Собираться принять душ. To take. Принимать. Perfective infinitive. Принять. Собираться принять душ. To be going to read a book. Собираться почитать книгу. To read. Читать. Perfective infinitive. Почитать. Книгу. The accusative case of the word книга. Book. To be going to listen an audiobook. Собираться послушать аудиокнигу. To listen. Слушать. Perfective infinitive. Послушать. To be going to watch a lecture. Собираться посмотреть лекцию. To watch. Смотреть. Perfective infinitive. Посмотреть. To use this phrase, only the conjugation of the verb собираться will change. Let's take a look. To be going to. Собираться. This is the first conjugation reflexive verb. Я собираюсь принять душ. Я собираюсь принять душ. Ты собираешься принять душ. Ты собираешься принять душ. Он собирается принять душ. Она собирается принять душ. Оно собирается принять душ. Мы собираемся принять душ. Мы собираемся принять душ. Вы собираетесь принять душ. Они собираются принять душ. Отлично. And the last theoretical block in this lesson. This table is dedicated to possessive pronouns. Possessive pronouns my, мой, your, твой, our, наш, your, ваш agree with the noun on their gender, number, and case. Possessive pronouns его, his, ее, her, their, их don't change. Let's take a closer look. Personal pronoun. Subject form – я. Object form – меня. Possessive pronouns. For the masculine noun – мой. For example, мой дом – my house. With feminine nouns – моя. For example, моя зубная щетка – my toothbrush. With neuter nouns – моё. For example, моё зеркало – my mirror. And with plural nouns – мои. For example, мои полотенца – my towels. Я – мой, моя, моё, мои. Ты – with masculine nouns – твой. With feminine nouns – твоя. With neuter nouns – твоё. With plural nouns – твои. Твой дом, твоя зубная щетка, твоё зеркало, твои полотенца. Мы. With masculine nouns – наш. With feminine nouns – наша. With neuter nouns – наше. With plural nouns – наши. Наш дом, наша зубная щетка, наше зеркало, наши полотенца. Вы. With masculine nouns – ваш. With feminine nouns – ваша. With neuter nouns – ваше. With plural nouns – ваши. Ваш дом, ваша зубная щетка, ваше зеркало, ваши полотенца. As I said before, possessive pronouns его, his, ее, her, and их, their, don't change. He, он, his, его. She, она, her, ее. They, они, their, их. Please write down this table so as not to forget and refer to it. Ready? Okay, it's time for practice. Your task is to translate these sentences into Russian. Let's check it. I shower. Я принимаю душ. Принимаю. First person singular form. I'm going to take a shower. Я собираюсь принять душ. I'm going to. Я собираюсь. First person singular. Принять. Perfective infinitive. Душ. The accusative case. I'm going to take a shower. Я собираюсь принять душ. I need to shower. Мне нужно принять душ. I need. Мне нужно. I normally shower at night. Обычно я принимаю душ ночью. Обычно. Normally. Я принимаю душ. I take a shower. Ночью. At night. Probably you have difficulties with the last word due to the fact that in this case the word night, ночь, is in the instrumental case, which we will go through a little later. Okay, let's move on, and here we have more sentences for translation. Okay, let's check it. She brushes her teeth. Она чистит ее зубы. We need to clean up our bathroom. Нам нужно убрать нашу ванную. I usually don't buy a conditioner. Обычно я не покупаю кондиционер. And let's make the final repetition of the words learned in this lesson. Повторяй за мной. Bathroom. Ванная комната. Или ванная. Shower. Душ. Sink. Раковина. Mirror. Зеркало. Sponge. Губка. Brush. Щетка. Toothbrush. Зубная щетка. Hair dryer. Фен. Soap. Мыло. Shampoo. Шампунь. Conditioner. Кондиционер. Toilet. Туалет. Toilet paper. Туалетная бумага. Towel. Полотенце. To brush. Чистить. To take a shower. Принимать душ. Usually, normally, обычно. And the last one, to be going to. Собираться. And of course, this important table with possessive pronouns. Come up with 3 examples for each case. Let's say this is your homework. And that's all for today. Thank you for this lesson and see you the next one. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Пока-пока.